talk about the technology aspect of things.
All right. Thank you, Chair. All right, welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the committee, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. In this meeting, panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. Staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, floor is yours.
Thanks so much. So as a quick note, the applications from this meeting will go to the Common Council meeting on October the 11th. The meeting's governed by Robert's Rules of Order. And really, obviously via Zoom, speakers may speak to the committee only after they are called on by the chair. So why don't we sort of roll right into notified absences. Jim, for the record, do you want to restate sort of where we were tonight on notified absences?
Sure. Donnelly's notified absence for the duration of the meeting. Reese and Farley are notified to be running late, but should be joining us before we conclude.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And why don't we do the roll call if we're ready?
All right. Revere?
Here.
Alder Revere here. Barshuk?
Here.
Barshuk here. Westra?
Here.
Westra here. Alder Carter?
Present.
Alder Carter here. Fletcher?
Here.
Fletcher here. Excuse me. Alder Miadzi? Don't see Alder Miadzi. But Chair, we do have quorum.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from our August 17th meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Carter, moved by Mr. Barashuk. Any discussion? All those opposed to the adoption of the minutes, signify so by raising your hand. Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Jim, do we have any general public comment for this evening?
Hold on, I got to get to the right spot for that. Just give me a moment. Sorry, hit refresh and it's going very slow.
No problem, Tom.
Oh, looks like somebody did register for general public comment. Oh, I see. I see the interpreter, but I also see Christina Purius. I don't know if that person is here. Oh, they are here.
They're here.
Christina, good evening. Can you hear us okay?
Christina, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Christina, we can indeed hear you. You registered for kind of the general public comment section of this evening's meeting. Before we start, Jim, do you have any sort of guidance on the time limit aspect of things? We typically try to go for about 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes.
Okay, Christina, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Christina Purias from the Essen House. I've been trying to get clarification on how to interpret Madison General Ordinance 38.06, which is listed on both our entertainment license and our Class B combination license. I have been trying to get on the ALRC agenda to ask for clarification for several months and have been deferred twice, possible 3 times. Not having clarification is making it difficult for my dad and I to know how to proceed with our business. We, along with the neighborhood and police department, need this clarification so we can move forward with resolving our outdoor music issues.
Thank you for your comments, Christina. Any questions? Or I guess Attorney Brist, you popped on?
Yes. My name is Steve Brist. I'm the Assistant City Attorney assigned to this committee. I'd be willing to talk with you, and perhaps we can invite Jim Verbick as well, who's our staff person, to participate. But if you want to contact the city attorney's office, I'd be happy to go over what your issue is and try to help you with it. Have your hand up.
What is your name again?
Steve Brist, Stevebrist.
And Jim Verbick. I have been emailing Jim Verbick back and forth.
Christina, before we continue, I see also Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, who may have a question or a comment. So, Attorney Zillaby.
Hi, thank you. This issue is one that I've been working on, and I actually responded to the emails yesterday and said that I would call Mr. Worm tomorrow to discuss this issue with him. So,
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Great.
Well, brilliant. Well, thank you again, Christina. And it sounds like a response is forthcoming on your issue. So thank you for registering, Mr. Barashuk.
Sorry, just a quick question, Christina. Do you have your own counsel?
Sorry, Christina, I just muted you. You should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Apologize. Not at this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further comments? Seeing none, again, Christina, thank you very much. And again, it sounds like the follow-up is forthcoming. So thank you. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals from members based on the agenda items this evening? Seeing none. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of the consent agenda. Again, the consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action or to grant with any recommended conditions if no action is recommended for each particular item, as well as other sorts of, again, actions that are listed on the consent agenda that was sent around by the Deputy City Clerk. Jim, do you want to sort of read the numbers for the presentation of the consent agenda?
Yes. All right, so the proposed consent agenda for September 21st, 2022. Change of agents, items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Business name change, item 10. Entity reorganization, items 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Request to extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit per MGO 38.05. Item number 20. That 11 one isn't there. That one should not be on there. Recommended council to place on file without prejudice. I am second request for extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. I am number 19. And public hearing new license, I am 26. And refer to future meeting of the ALRC, change of license premise, item number 21. And public hearing new license, item number 29.
And Jim, just for the committee's benefit, the item 11 should be removed entirely. It is not a substitute, correct, for the Jennifer Street Market application?
Correct. This is one that was on last month's agenda or consent agenda, and I forgot to pull it off.
Yep, no problem. Attorney Zilby?
I'm just curious why 26 is on the consent agenda since it's a new license. Is there some unusual thing with that one, Jim?
The applicant has withdrawn their application, so it's on there to place on file without prejudice.
Oh, I didn't notice that part. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And another item of note, so item number 29 is on there to refer to future meeting. We discovered that the applicant did not get us all the background checks we needed, and we have not had an adequate amount of time to run the background checks on the officers. So I notified the applicant that we're referring it to a future meeting.
Great. Thank you very much, Jim. Attorney Zilby, do you have your hand up again? No. Any other discussion or comments on the consent agenda? Otherwise, a motion to approve would be in order.
Move approval.
Second.
Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Carter. Any discussion, further discussion? Seeing none, all those opposed signify so by raising your hand. Seeing none, the consent agenda stands approved. Jim, do you want to sort of reread fully the approved consent agenda for this evening?
Sure. So the past consent agenda, excuse me, for ALRC meetings, September 21st, 2022, recommended council to grant item number 5, change of agent, HJ Liquors LLC at 6420 Cottage Grove Road. Item number 6, change of agent, HJ Liquors LLC at 525 University Avenue. Item number 7, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 2538 Fish Hatchery Road. Item number 8, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 1625 North Stoughton Road. Item number 9, change of agent, Knickerbocker Restaurant LLC. Item number 10, business name change, Mahendran Namasivam, current DBA Satana Wine Shop, new DBA Mahen's Liquor. Item number 12, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 4601 Cottage Grove Road. Item number 13, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 4601 Verona Road. Item number 14, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 605 Cottage Grove Road. Item number 15, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 4905 Commercial Avenue. Item number 16, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 6702 Mineral Point Road. Item number 17, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 1010 North Sherman Avenue. Item number 18, entity reorganization, Capital Petroleum LLC at 1101 North Sherman Avenue. Item number 20, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, the International LLC. Recommended council to place on file without prejudice. Number 19, second request to extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, Lush Lounge LLC. Item number 26, public hearing new license, Southern Wisconsin Huts LLC, 7440 Middle Point Road, Class B beer, and refer to future meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee. Number 21, change of license premise, 508 State Street Golf LLC. And 29, public hearing new license, Hookie LLC, 2143 Zaire Road, Class B combination liquor and beer.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jim. And again, if your item was read by the Deputy City Clerk, it has been approved and disposed of as the clerk read. So thank you very much for those of you who joined us for that no longer need to stay if you do not so choose. That moves us on. Jim, do we have any items requiring interpretation this evening?
We do. Item number 25 requires Mandarin interpretation, and item 28 requires Spanish interpretation.
Why don't we, with the committee's benefit, why don't we sort of go in order then? So item number 25, this is the public hearing, new license for Laura Garden LLC at 1403 Regent Street. Jim, do we want to, well, first, I see we do have the registrant for the item. Shi Wang, is that, are you on?
Yes.
Yes.
And then, Jim, do we want to sort of swear in the interpreter?
Yes. Can I have the Mandarin interpreter raise your right hand? You affirm it, you'll accurately interpret Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin? I saw a head nod. I think they're in the other language channel. But
Yeah, they're already in the other channel.
okay.
And Jim, for the committee's benefit, we should be speaking to the applicant, correct? And should we be pausing with the interpretation sort of channel, or to allow for interpretation, or how would you like advise us to proceed?
Yeah, speak as if you're talking to the applicant and try not to get too long-winded. Give an adequate amount of time for the interpreter to catch up.
Okay, super. Well, if the applicant is ready, why don't, this is sort of a referral from our last meeting. So Shi, why don't we sort of discuss your updated application?
Is the interpreter going to come on and?
Yep, if you could switch to Chinese interpretation.
Okay, why don't
Yep. We need them to come to this channel.
We need the attendee to come to the Chinese channel, Mandarin channel.
Got it. I think we're on the Chinese channel now. Yes.
Yes.
Stephanie, are we all set up from your perspective?
Yes.
Okay. And
she's interpreting right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So, let me restate my initial question. Please give the committee an update on your, I guess, updated application.
我听得见。姓王。我就是之前的那个，一直是上次已经有写好了在那里了。上个月。
Jim, how will we hear the interpretation back?
Stefan, we're not able to hear them if they're in the interpretation channel. They have to come over to this channel.
Yes. Yeah. that should work. Okay.
Do you want to check and see if the interpreter can, if the audio is coming through for everyone?
I believe interpreter, can you hear us? Yes, I can.
How will the committee be able to hear the interpretation?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Barron.
There's a button down on my screen that says interpretation. It looks like a globe. Do I have to click on that? It looks like someone.
You shouldn't have to.
Yeah, it's not typically the practice. It's usually in this channel, and then the interpreter sort of. I think you're able to hear both parts of the conversation.
Okay, let's try.
Mr. Chair, can I ask another question?
You can, while Stefan is sort of getting us set up. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. It just appears that someone on the call, who I believe might also be an interpreter, was nodding yes to my question and then was nodding no to your answer. So I just want to check to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
I do see that, but yeah, I'm having sat kind of sort of with these. I mean, I'll defer to Stefan in terms of setting this up, but I could talk about our typical practice with interpretation and how it's worked. Here, we haven't had to sort of readjust in the channels.
So let's try consecutive. So if you want to ask a question, it's interpreted, and then we hear the response.
So let's maybe try this again. Could the applicant just provide an update on their revised application for the committee?
Chairman Fletcher, are you able to hear me? This is an interpreter.
I am indeed able to hear you. So it does seem that regular business is in order. Good stuff.
All right. Let me just double check with the applicant, if you don't mind, see if they can you can hear me.
Sounds good.
王女士，请问你可以听见我说话吗？
听得见，听得见。
不好意思，刚刚我们有碰到一些就是电子产品之间的一些问题。那么现在看起来大家都可以哈。那么这位会长问你的问题就是，请你给他提供一下，你上一次申请到现在有没有什么一些更新的一些信息？
我没有改变，因为我也就是我的意思就是跟之前是一样的，就是他是否可以跟我那个烈酒牌能够跟我的话就跟我。
Okay, so the applicant said, and I quote that there is no updated information since she submitted her application last month, and she's just waiting for results.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's proceed with questions. Mr. Barishow.
I want to get this out of the way. I suppose there might be a few more questions, but my intention is to move to approve as is. Is that appropriate now, or should I wait till a few more questions get asked?
Let's kind of let's have a couple questions asked, and then we could kind of proceed from there, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, that's fine with me. But I request that my motion gets addressed first. Thank you.
Okay, 刚刚那位成员他说他同意你的申请，那么他想现在问一下其他的成员是不是有其他的问题要问你。好，请稍等。
Alder Carter.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question. last month or the last meeting, I'll say, you submitted an application with a full service, look like a restaurant menu. Now we have a second menu, it looks like, that is a lot smaller. Which one are you going to be serving from?
Okay. 好，王女士，这位政府成员他问你的问题是，你有一次是申请的时候，你上交过一个你们餐馆的菜单，然后最近还又发过一个给他们。那么最近发的这个就是第二次发给他们的菜单呢，好像比你第一次发的那个菜单要小很多。那么这位女士她想问你，是哪一份是正确的呢？
我没有菜单，我已经去掉了呀，我没有菜单。
She said that she did not submit a menu.
那是很久以前的，已经去掉了。
It seems like it was submitted a long time ago and it was disregarded.
Okay, so it's the shorter menu that she will be using, correct?
他想跟你确认一下，就是你曾经上交过的这份比较短的那个菜单是比较精确的，对吧？
那个也许就是想你讲，如果是哪一天，也许是会写一下哦，今天有些什么 special 有可能会写，对。
就是他请你回答一下是还是不是好吗？因为他想问你，
我不知道哪一个，我没看到是哪一个，所以我没有菜单，我没有一个菜单出来。我改掉，我全部去掉了。
Okay, allow me just a little bit more time to clarify. I don't think that the applicant is answering the question the way that Alderman Carter is looking for. Allow me a minute. 王女士是这样子的，请你就是想一想哈，就是你在申请这个就是卖酒的这个申请表的时候啊，他们问过你要过你们饭店里的就是供应什么样的菜或者供应什么样的酒水，对吧？那么他们的记录当中呢，你有发过2份，一份呢是很长，就是大一点，一份呢是小一点。他想问你一下，是不是小一点的那一份是你们准备用的菜单呢？
我不记得，反正全部把它去掉，有可能吧。就是那个小小的，也许有时候我会说今天有一些什么 special 啊，有可能，但是我全部去掉了。
Okay, so the applicant said, and I quote that, I don't remember exactly, but that's very possible. And so that there might be some items on there that are special for the day, so it'll be handwritten. And but according to her memories, that the shorter menu is the more accurate one.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question. I believe there was a issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim or Chair. Did she have a neighborhood meeting or did she meet with the captain? I believe there was an issue with one or the other.
I thought she did attend the neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, there was follow-up, Alder Carter, with the neighborhood. And I know Alder Evers is sort of on the line. This is part of the referral from last month. So it may be, in a second, I was going to give the Alder an opportunity to maybe address your question. But do you have any other questions for the applicant?
No, I'm fine. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Alder Evers, why don't you sort of provide us maybe an update from your perspective? And I think the committee is in receipt of some updated materials and comments since our last meeting.
Well, thank you, Chair. I am zooming in from Washington Island, where I'm on a brief vacation, and I'm grateful for the technology that allows me to do so. And based on the referral, neighborhood meeting was held. I don't know the exact date. I believe it was the last Wednesday in the month of September. Or no, we're in September, in August, excuse me. So the discussion was, there was an attempt to try to bring about some sort of compromise, that the neighborhood was unanimous in their support for the applicant as a, with particularly in the areas of providing prepared foods of the kinds that were in the business plan, and would like to see this vacant property to be a thriving business. But they were clear, and I would say unanimous, in holding the line on the sale of hard liquor. Those concerns haven't changed, and I think the applicant understood them. The neighborhood, I think, was hoping that the applicant would adjust the application to reflect the input from the neighborhood. From what I understand by looking online and Register, that did not occur. I did have a conversation with Captain Friedman last week and asked if what his thoughts on this were, because I was aware that he had some contact with the applicant based when he was in Central District, and he said he intended to contact the committee. And I see on Register that on last Friday, September 16th, he wrote a letter to Jim and Harrison reflecting his concerns. And so,
point of order. I know the interpreter is in the same channel as us.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh.
No, it's okay.
Gosh.
Yeah, we either need to give her time or we have to allow her to go back.
I'm sorry. I can start all over. And yes, there was a meeting after the last ALRC meeting. It did not appear that a compromise that was achieved.
Okay, let me reflect that to the applicant. 汪女士，这位政府工作人员说，那么在8月份最后的一个星期三晚上，你们开过一个就是小区的一个会议，对吧？那么你也参加了。那么这个小区呢，他们所有的代表呢都一致认为，他们很支持你开这个饭店，然后希望这个空在那里的这个地产的这个这个部位啊，能够成为一个很希望的一个一个商铺哈。那么他们觉得好像他们不太赞成，他们不赞成你在饭店里面卖那个烈性的酒。请问你还记得这个事情吗？
And on that basis, the neighborhood wrote the committee and asked that the committee only approve this with conditions not allowing for the sale of hard liquor, only beer and wine.
OK， 那么这位政府人员他说，那么在8月底在开这个小区会议的时候，他们想跟你妥协一下，就是让你就是只卖轻度的酒，比如啤酒啊、那个红酒啊、葡萄酒之类的，那么不卖烈性酒。那么他们希望你在再次那个提交你的申请的表格的时候呢，你会接受这个妥协。那么他建议就是他还是他们批准你卖啤酒和葡萄酒，就是不批准卖那个烈性酒。现在是这个情况。王女士，请问你还在吗？
我听到。
Okay.
Thank you very much, Alda. I do want to go to the attendees. Jim, did we have any registrants for this item who wish to kind of speak on this this item? I see maybe a hand up, but I just want to check.
Yes, Doug Carlson is registered in opposition and wishing to speak, representing the Violet Neighborhood Association.
Sounds good. Why don't we give Doug the floor to speak and take any questions as appropriate. Doug, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Very well. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Committee, for the opportunity to speak this evening. My apologies. I got cut out of Zoom here briefly after Alder Carter's question, and I rejoined as Alder Evers was speaking. So my apologies if I missed a piece. I think that Alder, first of all, I'm Doug Carlson, 1018 Oakland Avenue. I live in the Vilas neighborhood, and I'm a member of the Vilas Neighborhood Association Council. Alder Evers summarized this, I think, very well, so I will be brief. Generally, the neighborhood is, would you like a moment to interpret any of that, or my points should be brief?
Oh, sure. 王女士，那么刚刚这位说话的是一个你们这个饭店的小区的一个代表，他的名字叫 Doug。他刚刚说了一下他今天注册代表这个小区讲话，就是他支持刚刚那位政府官员说的，就是他们支持你开这个饭店然后卖那个轻度酒、啤酒和红葡萄酒，但是他们不支持你们餐馆里面卖烈性酒。Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. As I mentioned, Alder Evers summarized very well the neighborhood sentiments. We're supportive of a carry-out food establishment at this for this establishment. B, we're supportive of this building at 1403 Regent being occupied for the first time in approximately a decade. But C, we are very concerned about this turning into a de facto liquor store. Therefore, at our August 24th, 2022 meeting, we did pass a resolution, and the Alder Evers and the applicant was present for this, so this should be familiar territory, and I'm just going to read it as fairly brief. The Vilas neighborhood, would you like to interpret that before I read the resolution?
Yes, please. Thank you. 王女士，刚刚这位先生继续说，他说他们很支持你们这个餐馆开业，尤其是那个以外卖的形式。那么他们唯一害怕比较担心的一点就是如果你们可以卖烈性酒的话，这样的话你们这个饭店有可能会逐渐成为一个像酒吧一样的这样子的形式。那么他现在想读一个上次他们开会之后他们写的一个总结。Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. The resolution is as stated. The Vilas Neighborhood Association supports granting an alcohol license to Laura Garden at 1403 Regent Street only with the following conditions. 1, no liquor sales, beer and wine only. 2, no sale of single-serve bottles or cans larger than 25 ounces. 3, the floor display shall be revised to include the kitchen space, something absent on that. And 4, no keg sales. These conditions are consistent with the alcohol license granted to the Quick Trip at 1421 Monroe Street, approximately 2 blocks from the proposed establishment.
Okay. 王女士，这位先生刚刚他提出了一个他们的这个解决方式哈，他们所提出的这个方式呢，他们根据我们麦迪逊城市的这个卖酒的这个执照的这些规定以及参照你们餐馆不远处的有一个 Quick Trip 这个加油站。那么是他们提倡，就是他们希望政府给你们卖酒的这个营业执照，但是只不能够卖烈性酒，然后卖的这个酒瓶呢，每一瓶不能超过25个盎司，然后你们在店面呢要包括店面陈列呢要包括这个厨房的这个位置，还有不能够卖这个大容量的那个啤酒桶这样子的形式的一个卖酒的形式。
我会说。
Thank you. So just to sum up, as was noted, the application did not change to meet these conditions. Therefore, at this point, the Vilas Neighborhood Association is granting the alcohol license as currently submitted.
Okay. 他说因为 开了这个会之后，然后你提交的这一个申请表，当中没有包括你们说的提到的那些妥协的这些内容，所以他现在就是还是希望那个政府按照他们的这个提议，还是给你这个证书。Chairman, I believe the applicant wants to make some comments as well.
We usually don't sort of proceed unless there's a question for the applicant from a member of the committee.
Okay, let me explain. 王女士，不好意思，这位会长他说，如果只有在某些成员有具体的问题问申请人的时候，他们才会让申请人说话。那么现在不好意思，就是他们不能让你讲话。
Thank you, Mr. Barashuk.
Thank you. This is a question for Doug Carlson. So, is the determined customer, say, someone who's determined to buy a bottle of liquor, inconvenienced to the extent that you think it, by not having liquor sales available at the 1400 block of Regent Street, is the inconvenience of walking down to, say, Badger Liquor, let's say, is that enough to mitigate the negative consequences the neighborhood anticipates from having liquor sales at that particular location?
I guess our concern is, thank you for the question. Our concern is with the alcohol density that already exists in this neighborhood. You mentioned Regent Street Liquor, I believe is what you're referring to, which is approximately 5 or 6 blocks, as is Trader Joe's. Based on our experience in the neighborhood, the current alcohol density, and some issues with the previous with the applicant and previous establishment, we thought that the conditions that we passed would be warranted and merited for this establishment.
Let's pause for interpretation.
OK， 这位政府官员刚刚问的一个问题是，他们如果不让你卖烈酒，然后如果你们的客人进来，比如说点菜啊什么东西，如果他们需要买一瓶酒，是不是让他们再走到离开你们饭店5到6个街区的一个专门的一个酒庄去买酒，是不是产生了对这个客人来说是一个非常的不方便？那么这位注册的这个居委会代表，他说他们不愿意支持烈酒卖烈酒证书呢。是因为他们觉得现在这个小区、这个居民区啊这一圈，这个卖酒的这个浓度其实太高了，就是太多了，可以卖酒，所以他们觉得这个没有必要。Go ahead.
Thank you. At this point, any other questions for Doug? I see Miss Farley has a hand up in the attendees list. I believe this was a similar issue last month where we're going to have to allow Miss Farley to talk. Miss Farley, can you hear us?
You should have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. My apologies. I tried to get out of work earlier this week, but here we are. Or this today. Anyway. So I do have a question for Doug, and I appreciate you joining the meeting. I guess restrictions kind of stated, I know you said you had attempted to form a compromise with the applicant, and I am just curious because the restrictions that you listed seem to be consistent with the previous requested restrictions. So I was wondering if you could expand on what compromises were explored or that conversation that you had with the applicant.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Can we let the interpreter interpret the question first before she interprets the answer?
Thank you。刚刚那位政府官员女士，她想问这个居委会代表，就是你们在开那个居委会会议的时候，他们提到过跟你有谈过怎么样妥协这个事情。那么这位女士她想知道一下她想问一下这个居委会代表，那么你们的妥协的内容是什么 ？Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. Yes, some are outright opposed to any alcohol license at this establishment. So we discussed some restrictions around the application that the neighborhood would be comfortable with as a compromise position. And those are stated in the resolution that we passed, including the no liquor sales, beer and wine only, and the 3 points. So that was the compromise that we had wanted to reach with the applicant, and we had hoped to see in a revised application for this meeting.
OK， 那么这位居委会代表他说，他们跟你的妥协的，他们提供的这个妥协的内容呢，就是说根据这个申请这个烈酒出售烈酒的这个许可证的的一些限制度啊，以及他们的一些要求来看，他们觉得还是不要出售烈酒比较好，然后但是可以让你们出售啤酒和那些低度的酒。Carry on.
Ms. Farley, any other questions for Mr. Carlson?
Yes. Yeah. So, if the license were to be granted with the conditions recommended by the neighborhood committee, in the future, would you see if the applicant upholds the license restrictions and the neighborhood has an opportunity to see the business running, would you see a willingness to lift these restrictions in the future?
That was discussed in the council.
Let's pause for the interpreter after the question and then after the answer, just to give the appropriate kind of space for it. So.
刚刚那位政府官员女士，她问的第二个问题是说，现在当然有这么一个妥协的一个结果，那么根据如果说你们开始营业了，那么从将来的角度来看，你们营业了一段时间哈，一切都还是很顺利，那么他们会不会考虑将这个限制，就是卖烈酒的证书的限制取消呢？ Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, that was discussed, and the answer is yes. We would be open to something further down the road once the establishment were established and had a track record.
OK， 他说是的，我们在开居委会的时候呢，是提到过这一个问题。那么如果在经营一段时间之后，如果一切顺利的时候，他们同意会考虑将这个烈性酒证书的限制取消。Carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. Alder Carter.
Just a quick question for Doug. Doug, when you talked about the compromise, was the compromise between the residents, the neighbors who did not want liquor at all, and the neighbors who was okay with having liquor sales? Was the compromise the beer and wine?
这位政府官员他问了一个问题。
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
OK， 这位政府官员他问了一个问题，是问居委会代表的一个问题是，他们想问他，就是当初你们谈到的这个妥协的内容，他想知道一下，是不是这个饭店周围所有的居民都不希望这个你们饭店里面卖烈酒，还是怎么一个回事 ？Go ahead, Alderman.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Alder Carter. And I think the quick answer is yes, you are correct. That was the compromise. And I will also note that rather than trying to make up our own conditions, we decided to just follow what had been granted by the ALRC to Quick Trip, approximately 2 blocks from the establishment, since that was already something that was on record as being acceptable to the ALRC.
OK， 这位居委会代表说，那么他说是的，这是我们讨论的一个，这是我们讨论的这个妥协的内容。那么他们觉得，他们还是按照其他的已经开始营业的，比如说那个加油站的，根据他们所要依照的那些规定，来同时转到你的这个餐馆上，而不是居委会另外做一些不同的规定。Carry on.
Alder Carter, any other questions? You're on mute.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Doug? Seeing none, Doug, thank you very much for being willing to address the committee's questions. That moves us into, I believe, general committee discussion, or indeed, we do have sort of Mr. Barashuk and the initial motion that was made. And Mr. Barashuk, I'll turn it back over to you.
Susan, before we enter the general discussion, do we want to put the interpreter channels back on so they can do the interpretation, since we're not asking the applicant any questions?
I think that would be good. So do you want us to, Stefan, do you want us to pause until you had an opportunity to do that?
Do you still
So I just turned the interpretation channels on.
And this will allow the interpreter and the applicant to just, go back and forth on the discussion, correct? I just want to be sure that they both, that they understand that.
Yep, as long as the applicant turns the Chinese interpretation on their end.
我听得见，可以，我听。
Okay. Why don't we proceed then? Again, sort of with the discussion, Mr. Barashuk.
Thank you. And if I could remind the committee, my motion was to approve exactly what the applicant requested. And Alder Verveer, if you hear all those sirens, I'm being told there's a fire on East Wash, just to the east of where we live. But that's beside the point. What my reason for making this motion is, it's abundantly clear that the applicant wants the ability to sell liquor. The neighborhood is opposed to that, and they came to a compromise amongst themselves that apparently didn't involve the applicant, where they're okay with everything but liquor. Now, to me, that distinction is either arbitrary or based on somewhat unconvincing differences in the expectation of harm based on ABV measurements. Now, it's clear that the applicant is asking this committee to vote on the application as is. And it's up to us to weigh everything we've heard from Alder Evers, from the police captain, from the neighborhood, and from the applicant. And I think we owe it to the applicant, we owe it to the community to vote what we think is right. If this committee thinks that it should be approved with the restriction requested by the neighborhood, then vote that way. If the committee thinks it should be approved as is, then vote that way. If they think it should be denied outright, then vote that way. I will vote yes on my motion. I encourage a committee to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. So your motion, to be clear, is to approve the application as is, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second for the motion? I repeat, is there a second for the motion?
谢谢，谢谢，
I will
谢
ask.
谢啊，黄老师，谢谢。
I will
ahead.
second it for discussion.
Second from Alder Carter. Discussion, and Alder Evers has his hand up. So, Alder.
Thank you, Chair. I would offer to the committee that and encourage the committee to vote down the committee member Barishik's motion. I had offered to you that you have an alder of the district, a unanimous vote of the neighborhood association, and a very clear articulated concern by the district captain. That should count for something. These concerns are not imagined out of thin air. Concerns about alcohol density have been discussed by this committee for years. And the corridor along Regent Street is one of those alcohol density corridors, second perhaps only to State Street itself. To me, it would be irresponsible for this committee to deny the concerns or the legitimacy of the concerns expressed. So if the motion is to vote on as is, I would ask that you deny and vote no on that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go Miss Farley and then Alder Miadzi.
Should have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry. I'd like to remind the committee and state for the community members that we have on the line. I do appreciate the comparison to the quick trip, but those provisions are based off of consistencies that we have with special restrictions for gas stations in the city of Madison. And then also, I do kind of agree that I think there are a lot of arguments against the application as is, and I don't think that those concerns are or should be ignored.
Thank you very much. Alder Miadzi.
Well, given what we've heard from everybody that's involved, especially from the alder and from the captain, definitely I would be willing to approve it upon with conditions that was set by the association and by the alder, given from what we've heard.
Thank you very much. Alder Carter.
If I recall correctly, and Chair, please correct me if I'm wrong, because you know how my recall is. It's not perfect. But if I recall correctly, one of the things that the applicant has to do is agree to the conditions. And if they don't agree with the conditions, then then it goes back to, I believe, the original application request. Am I correct on that?
Well, why don't we have as Attorney Brist sort of weigh in on that? And it's actually a good point, as we've had sort of newer members of the committee. It's a good discussion to revisit. Attorney Brist.
Well, the state statutes or our ordinances do not specifically grant powers to create conditions, which is why we ask that it be agreed to between the licensee and the city when conditions are placed on the license. There is dicta from the Supreme Court that conditions can be placed in licenses, and the community of Madison has done it for many years. But generally, what Alder Carter states is correct, that we have taken the position that to place conditions on the license at the time of granting the licensee needs to agree to the conditions.
Alder Carter, any further questions?
So my question is, with that information, what is the position of the applicant to these conditions?
So let's turn on the kind of consecutive, Stefan, I'm looking at the consecutive sort of translation.
There is a point of order.
Mr. Barashuk?
We're not talking about conditions. We're debating my motion. So if we want to discuss conditions, I think we should continue the debate with this motion and resolve that however it ends. And then if the discussion becomes about conditions, then we can start talking about conditions.
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Brist.
It does not necessarily have to be done in that order. You don't need to defeat one motion and then need to make another motion. It's possible that you could have a discussion with the licensee and get the licensee to agree to the conditions. If it appeared that it's not going to pass in any other way, the licensee may agree to that, and it could be done by amendment. But yes, you could do this. If you defeat the main motion, then another main motion could be made, but it would be in order at this time for somebody to propose an amendment to the main motion. But to do that, you would need to know that the licensee was consenting.
Yeah, I do think that the information here is pertinent to this kind of discussion to clarify directly with the applicant. I think we've heard the opinions on it. So why don't we, Stefan, if you can turn on the consecutive sort of translation so that we can hear the question being asked and the response, and then we'll move on from there.
All right, we're on consecutive right now.
现在他们有一些直接的问题要问你。Okay. Go ahead, Chairman.
So, Alder Carter, please restate your question for the applicant.
My question is, did you consent or agree to the conditions that the neighborhood association told you about, informed you?
王女士，请问你同意居委会提出的那些条件吗？
我也不知道我能说什么，我又所有的那些抛了都是他们，你就想帮我想说一下，就是我只是想要政府跟我一个执照，我去自己经营自己住，靠自己去住，我又没有向那个政府去要钱，为什么这么困难呢？帮我这样说。
Okay. So the applicant said, and I quote, that I don't know what to say, and it seems like all the powers is in the neighborhood association. I don't know what's really going on here. I just want to be able to operate my business, and I'm not asking for a handout for the government. I don't understand why it's so difficult.
Alder Carter, do you have a follow-up to that?
My follow-up question would be if getting your license depends on accepting the conditions, would you accept conditions?
他继续追问一下王女士，如果如果他们颁发给你营业执照的条件是要你同意，就是刚刚居委会提出的一个条件，比如就是他们说的只能卖那个轻度酒，不能卖烈酒，请问你同意吗？
如果我没得选择，那我只能接受。
The applicant said, and I quote, "If I don't have a choice, yes, I will consent."
Okay, so so I understand what you're saying. So you really want to have the full request of your application is what you're saying, but your compromise would be to accept the conditions.
王女士跟你确认一下，当然你最好的结果就是你所申请的他们全部同意你，但是如果前提条件是要你在接受居委会提出的那个 妥协的条件下才可以得到营业证书，你也可以同意，对吧？
那取决于，对呀，那就是说，如果我到时候如果我拿到了的话，我就可能考虑到就是正式开业我就去经营。如果是说拿不到的话，我会考虑到不开业也有可能。
Okay, so the applicant said that yes, and I am very concerned about being able to start operating my business.
Okay. Thank you very much for your honesty.
Okay.
谢谢你。
Any further discussion on Mr. Barashuk's motion, which again was to approve as requested the applicant's sort of application? Mr. Barashuk, do you want to speak to this? Otherwise, we're going to move into a vote.
We can vote.
Good. Let's do a roll call vote, Jim.
好，王女士，现在他们开始投票哈。
Alder Miazzi?
No.
Alder Miazzi, no. Alder Revere?
No.
Alder Revere, no. Mr. Barashuk?
Aye.
Barashuk, aye. Reese?
Abstain because I didn't hear the whole discussion.
Reese is abstained. Farley?
No.
Farley, no. Westra?
No.
Westra, no. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Sarah, the vote is 1 aye, 5 nays.
Thank you very much, Jim. Alder Miadzi, and before we kind of move into further discussion, Jim, would you suggest switching interpretation back to the other channel?
Sure.
I recommend keeping it at consecutive. That's been the thing that's been working. So
okay. I'm happy to do that. Then we just need to sort of pause in between motions so that the interpreter can interpret. Okay. Alder Miadzi.
I propose to grant license with conditions set forth by the Alder and the Neighborhood Association.
Motion to grant with conditions, and that's as stated in the Vilas Neighborhood Association letter, the 4 conditions. Jim, you have those from the letter that members of the committee do as well. Is there a second?
I will second for discussion purposes.
Second. I will pause right there for interpretation, and the interpreter can let me know if she wants me to read off the conditions again.
Just to clarify, Chair, that the message I need to relate is that the committee has opposed the full liquor license, and now we are going into discussion for granting the license to operate with the conditions, correct?
The committee voted down the motion to grant the application as requested by the applicant. Now we will move into discussion of granting with the conditions proposed by the Vilas Neighborhood Association.
Okay. 王女士，那么现在这些政府官员他们都投票过，他们现在一致不同意，就是给你颁发你所有提交的你的申请书上所说的这些内容，然后接下来他们开始讨论你的营业执照，然后是要根据居委会提出来的这个妥协内容。好，请稍等。Okay, carry on, Chair.
Thank you. Discussion of the motion. Ms. Farley.
Should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I was talking away. I would like to say that based off of the proposed conditions as stated in the letter from Douglas Carlson, I do oppose condition 2 and condition 4. I don't think that those are consistent with how we have worked with other alcohol licenses, and I think that those are things that typically are align with like gas station sales, which this applicant is not.
OK， 刚刚这位官员说，他说，他不同意居委会提出的第4个条件当中的第2条和第4条，因为这2条是非常具体，依照加油站的经营方式，并不跟你的餐馆的营业是不相符。Carry on.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Polly.
Sorry. I also wanted to mention that I do understand the frustration of the applicant, and we are doing our best to make the best decision here. The other thing, this is more of a question for the group. I do feel a bit conflicted on the issue, and I am curious if there is any precedent or background for conditions which allow liquor sales, but in some limited quantity or limited amount.
We can kind of address your question with upcoming speakers as well. Thank you, Ms. Farley. I'll pause for the remainder of the interpretation.
Okay. 这位政府官员女士，她还问了一下，她说她首先想跟你说一下，她理解你的现在的焦虑的心情，他们现在只是做于他们的工作，希望他们能够做一个对于他们这个城市最好的一个决定。那么她想他们进一步讨论一下，如果直接说不让你卖烈性酒，那是一个好像比较一刀切的这么一个决定。他说是不是可以讨论一下，比如说让你卖一些比较有限度的一些酒量啊什么。那么这位会长说呢，我们在其他时间再讨论这个问题。Carry on, Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Farley, anything else? Hearing none. Mr.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Barasher. You're on mute, Mr. Barasher.
I'm not confident that this consent from the applicant is to me, it sounds like the applicant just wants to run some sort of business and views this last ditch agreement as a way to be able to open some sort of business. So with the conditions, I supported granting the license as it was applied for. But I think I'll have to oppose this motion with the conditions because I don't think the conditions were agreed to in a way that's convincing. So the vote's no.
这位政府官员说，他觉得你唯一同意这些条件的是因为你只是想经营一个某一个比如餐馆啊，某一个生意哈，觉得好像这对你来说不太公平。Carry on, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Westra.
So I'm conflicted about approving this with the conditions. Where I'm conflicted is to even approve this license for this applicant due to previous history that they've had with other businesses. I think these conditions are very light. There have been existing problems, and maybe Alder Revere can go into some of that better history with that. But I don't know if having an alcohol license for primarily a liquor store is in the best safety of this neighborhood with this applicant.
Thank you. I'll pause for interpretation.
I no longer see our interpreter. I will reach out to her via email and see what the issue is. Oh,
She appears on the attendee list.
oh, there we go.
There you go. Thank you.
Remote.
Can the interpreter hear us now?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure why I was kicked off for a second.
No. Do you need Miss Westra to repeat her point?
Yes, please.
Miss Westra?
So I'll summarize. I'm concerned about even approving this with the conditions due to the history we've previously had with the applicant and their businesses. In all, I'm concerned about approving this at all for the health and well-being of the neighborhood.
Okay. 这位政府官员说，他说他不同意颁发你的营业证书，哪怕是有这个条件，因为他们之前跟你们有过一些交道，有过一些历史，那么觉得他说他不愿意让你们继续在这里经营。Carry on, Chair.
Thank you. I will go Alder Verveer, then Attorney Zillaby, then Alder Eva. So Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chairperson Fletcher. I was going to volunteer to attempt to answer Ms. Farley's earlier questions regarding perhaps the history of these sorts of conditions and so forth. So let me attempt to do that. First, the Vilas Neighborhood Association representative, Doug Carlson, was very much accurate in his assessment that these conditions do come from the Quick Trip store located within close vicinity of this proposed location. So I'm not the only one by any means that probably remembers this that still serves on the committee. But back in 2015, I was just looking up the history here. Back in 2015, the then alder of the district, Alderperson Vidar, who was a member of our committee at the time, felt very strongly that Quick Trip as a corporate entity deserved leeway, and that the really uniform Class A license conditions that we had imposed on all establishments in the greater campus area were not warranted at this location. And so that is why the more uniform and stronger or stricter, more restrictive conditions were never imposed on Quick Trip. They're on Monroe Street across from Camp Randall. So with that said, the other establishment that Doug mentioned in his testimony Regent Street Liquor, just down in the 900 block of Regent Street, does have the more restrictive several uniform campus area Class A conditions.
Alder Verveer.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. We may have to pause for interpretation.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you for the reminder. Appreciate that. Apologies to our interpreter.
No problem. 王理事，刚刚这位政府议员他讲了一些有关这个居委这个居民区的一些历史哈。那么他认为呢，就是在2015年的时候，就是你们餐馆附近的那家加油站呢，刚刚开始营业的时候，他们也曾经申请过跟你一样同样的一个就是营业证书啊，以及包括酒水出售的证书。那么那个时候呢，他们觉得因为这家加油站呢它是连锁的，好像他们这申请这些证书呢会比较容易一点哈，因为他们是一个大的集团公司。那么但是也是由于这个他们是一个大的集团公司，包括当时的这个附近的居民区的一些情况，所以他们把那个加油站颁发这个经营证书的时候呢，他们把那些条件呢其实是加紧了一下，就是更加苛刻一点。所以他觉得呢，这个 Vilas 这个居委区的居民区的那些代表，他们提出的这些条件呢，其实并不是很苛刻。Carry on, Alderman Revere.
Thank you. So the other establishment mentioned by the neighborhood association representative was Regent Street Liquor. They for the last, as far as I can tell here, 7 years have had the more restrictive campus area Class A license conditions imposed on their license. And to answer an additional specific question I heard, in that case, so both in the case of Regent Street Liquor and all the other Class A establishments in the area, they do have among the several conditions a condition that prohibits the sale of any spirits in amounts of 200 milliliters or less. So again, 200 ml or less are not allowed to be sold at Regent Street Liquor or any of the other campus area liquor stores, including grocery stores and so forth. So I think that perhaps answered all of the questions that were asked there. I do see this, if I could just then maybe I'll pause for the interpreter and give a thought or two on where I am on this.
那么因为这个你们想要经营餐馆的这个地方呢是属于校区哈，所以校区呢他们这些条件呢比一般的这些区域呢都会比较苛刻一点。哪怕是这个地点的附近有专门一个卖酒的一个酒庄，那么这个酒店这个卖酒的这个商店呢，他们也是有非常强烈苛刻的要求，就是他们在200毫升以下他们都不能够卖。Carry on, Alderman.
Thank you. So with that background, I am comfortable supporting the recommendation of the Alder of the district and the Vilas Neighborhood Association. I think all things being equal, on the one hand, this applicant, of course, has a bit of an unfortunate history. One could say with our committee, unfortunately. Over the years, I think that as we move forward, we understood one another, and things improved. So I can understand the thought that perhaps a license shouldn't be granted as contrary to health, safety, and welfare of the community, or that those stricter uniform Class A conditions should be imposed. Before I say on the other hand, why don't I pause there for our interpreter?
Okay. 他说像刚刚他讲到的这一些关于解释的就是关于这个区域方面的 这些营业证书啊，包括出售的这些证书的一些特别苛刻的要求。由于这个特殊的地点，那么他希望通过他的解释呢，你可以有一个大家都可以有一个进一步的了解。那么他认为呢，哪怕虽然你之前和麦迪逊的政府之间的沟通有一些历史上有一些问题，但他还是愿意支持颁发在你接受这些条件的情况之下颁发给你营业证书。Carry on, Alderman.
Thank you. So again, on the one hand, I can understand trepidation. Certainly Captain Friedman's written comments are quite, I think, serious and direct. But it seems to me that the conversations, besides this being on our agenda now several times, that the conditions, the necessary conversations have been had at the neighborhood level, and that the immediate neighbors are comfortable with the conditions for us to grant this Class A license. I think obviously the major factor is that spirits would not be allowed to be sold here, that the Class A liquor license would be limited to wine and not allow spirits to be sold for now. Those of us, again, that have been on this committee know that this applicant is no stranger to our committee, in part because she has taken advantage of the opportunity to change license conditions and apply for various modifications to her original license at Koi Sushi at 502 State Street. And so, obviously, if this is granted, it would not prohibit any future consideration for a more expansive license than this motion provides for. So anyway, with that, I am comfortable, as I say, supporting granting a license as suggested by the neighborhood association and the alder of the district. Thank you.
这位官员，我跟你总结一下，然后他的意见呢是颁发给你营业证书，然后但是不颁发给你就是可以卖烈酒的证书。那么他认为呢之前你在麦迪逊也有过其他的餐馆，那么这些之前的一些交往历史他们都知道，他们也有记录。那么他说，那么现在是这样一个情况，但不等于将来你就不可以再次申请这个加宽这个限制，就是将来当你营业一段时间的时候，我们可以再考虑。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Attorney Zillavi, then Alder Evers.
Thank you. My comments are more generally related to licensing, and there is no absolute right to a liquor license by anybody, even a qualified applicant. Each applicant that comes before you obviously is evaluated on their own merits. The location is evaluated. The circumstances unique to that location are evaluated, and it's perfectly appropriate to come up with conditions based on those unique concerns that may be brought forward, typically related to health, safety, and welfare issues. And the committee and the council is given broad discretion in terms of deciding whether or not to grant a license. And as long as you are not being arbitrary or capricious, your decision to grant or deny is lawful. And I think in a lot of the circumstances, when you're making your evaluation, you're looking at concerns brought forward by the neighborhood. Sometimes the neighborhood people themselves will testify before you, or their concerns are brought through the alder. And then you take those considerations in evaluation of the application. And sometimes you're not comfortable just flat out granting the license, but you also want to give somebody a chance. So to do that, you come up with conditions more or less as a compromise to, okay, instead of denying the license, let's grant it with these conditions and see how things go. So as long as those conditions are, again, as I said, reasonable, rational, and related to health, safety, and welfare concerns, you are well within your purview to do that. Then I just wanted to make it clear that there is no absolute right to the license, and it also isn't proper to just categorically say, well, because we did this with this applicant, we're going to do that with this applicant, because you should be evaluating each application on its own and making your determinations specifically based on that application. So that's just my 2 cents.
刚刚这位陈氏的律师哈，他讲了一些关于就是法律方面的，也就是关于经营证书啊，就是酒水出售证书的方面的。他说呢，每一个来申请这个营业证书的人啊，申请人都不能够都要面对一样的，应该是公平的，要一样的一个对待哈。那么就是因为我给你总结一下，因为他讲了很多，但是他的总结的最终的一个道理就是，正是因为没有任何正因为我们给一个经营的单位颁发了这个证书，不等于说我们就可以把同样的条件颁发给旁边的这一个经营的单位，这是不公平的。但是我们作为我们政府工作人员来说，我们不能以强迫制的形式来强迫别人同意这个条件。当然，这个条件是只要是不是非常没有道理的，我们都可以加上去，只要是能够做到的。所以他想要提醒一下，就是在座的每一位议员呢，就是要公平对待，然后对每一个申请人，无论这个申请人他是怎么样的一个单位，是怎么样的一个情况，我们都要按个别对待，而不是总体的对待。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Alder Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of thoughts, and I'll try to go slow to allow for interpretation. Committee Member Barsha actually makes an important point in my mind. The applicant has evidenced a lack of tacit consent. We'd be in a different place if, in response to input from the neighborhood, the applicant had embraced the notion of conditions and adjusted the application accordingly, or showed up today expressing something on the order of informed, clear, tacit consent. Instead, we have reluctant consent and implied but sketchy at best. Pausing. Need I pause, or is a concurrent?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that the interpreter is sort of able to hear and interpreting, or if she had sort of a technological issue again.
Yeah, so it looks like she's an attendee again. I just promoted her.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that.
No problem. Do you need the Alder to summarize the kind of first part of his remarks again?
No, sir. I was actually able to hear all of it, so I'm comfortable interpreting.
Thank you.
汪女士，刚刚这位政府议员他说的是，他认为在一些这个情况呢是在这个麦迪逊城市当中，包括其他所有城市当中，其实经常会发生这一些的情况。那么他觉得这样子的一个需要增加条件的，不是一个是一个公平的一个方式来妥协。Carry on, Alderman Evers.
Thank you. the neighborhood association was clear that they wanted the consent and hoped for the consent of the applicant prior to this meeting. That did not take place.
那个 Vilas 居委会的那个居委成员，他们强烈要求，就是在今天的会议之前，就希望你能够同意他们所提出的那个条件。那么现在他们发现，就是在这个会议之前，你没有表态。Carry on.
Thank you. In the discussions of the two neighborhood association meetings in which the applicant appeared before Vilas Neighborhood Association, one in July and one in August. The question was asked about these conditions and what was it about liquor sales? And the response was that the profitability of hard liquor, the markup was such that it was necessary or thought to be very helpful in subsidizing the business operation. From a business perspective, I'll pause.
Oh, sorry about that. 那么他说在7月份和8月份开居委会的时候，他们所要关于这些条件的居委会问过你为什么你想要卖这个烈性酒，那么当时你们的回答的答案呢是你们觉得卖烈性酒的那个利润呢会比较高，那么会大大的增强你们总体的一个营业的利润。Carry on, Alderman Evers.
On its face, that is of no concern to me. But given the applicant's past history, the incentive of a high profitability item driving the success of the business brings concern. And this is why the neighborhood association and the neighborhood spoke about the possibility of this becoming a de facto liquor store with the other carry-out items, basically, I don't know how to put it, kind of window dressing. So that there was a sentiment, and there is an ongoing sentiment in the neighborhood that this should be denied altogether. I would direct you to Hans Borcherding's email to that effect. And Captain Friedman's concerns seem to underscore this very same point, that the awareness and emphasis on hard liquor sales on an applicant with a history, let's say, is a bad combination.
他说对于这个条件呢和他们这些周围情况，他没有什么异议，也没有问题。那么当你提出这个出售烈性酒而来增加或者确保高利润的这个情况呢，对他来说是一个是他比较担忧的一点地方，因为他觉得他很担心，这也是那个居委会所担心的，就是你们利用这个餐馆的名义而来出售大量的烈性酒。那么之前呢人家有提，就居委会也好，政府也提到过，就是不颁发营业证也不颁发。你们当地的这个区的政府呢，也同时也有同样的意见。Carry on, Alderman Evers.
Excuse me, 我可以说两句话吗
？Is the applicant able to make any comments?
No, not unless a committee member has questions for the applicant.
Okay.
我只是说，不是。
Go ahead, Alder Evers.
But this is the nature of compromise. And the compromise centered around conditions that were in place with not a gas station, but a nearby convenience store. And that seemed to comport with the reasonable expectations of the neighborhood. If the applicant can abide by these conditions, there is a willingness on the neighborhood to relax them. But if the applicant, in response, addressing the concerns of Captain Friedman, crosses the line and pushes it because the incentives of hard liquor sales are such, that may mean restricting even more. But compromise being compromise, I would ask that you vote in favor of approving this license with conditions. Thank you.
OK， 首先会议长说，除非他们有直接问你的问题，申请人现在是不可以不可以说话。那么他最终总结一下，他说这个妥协这些方面呢，就是这个道理。他们觉得如果你可以严格按照这些条件，那么这些条件在时间的过去时间的流逝之后呢，可以慢慢放松。所以他赞成有条件的颁发营业证书。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Alder Carter and then Ms. Farley. And then Alder Miati. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would have preferred conditions that were more closely associated with this applicant. Nowhere in this letter or what Alder Evers has said that we would reconsider it in a year, or we will review it in a year, or any of that. And that bothers me because even if the applicant doesn't agree with the conditions at the meetings that you had, the July and the August one, I think that part of those conditions would have been condition 5 that said we will review it within a year. In a year, we would review it, I should say. So those are the things that that bothers me. Now, as far as the applicant's willingness to accept these conditions, she said she's willing, but she's willing because she wants to open up her business, right? The neighborhood wants the business, this space occupied because it's been empty for so long, but with these conditions. So I'm not happy with conditions 2, because I think this is an opportunity for purchasing food and getting a couple, 3 or 4 craft beers in this area would be more appropriate. But I definitely feel that a condition 5 needs to be added, stating that it will be reviewed in a year. Thank you.
这位政府官员他说，这些条件呢，应该是看一下更加符合你的条件。我给你总结一下哈，他说的，他应该在这个条件上，同时也提到，如果当然你刚刚说你同意这些条件，是因为你只是想开始营业，那么他想再增加一点，就是希望在1年以后，可以再重新看一下，这些条件是否可以宽松一点。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Alder Carter, to clarify, was that a statement versus a motion at this stage?
Right, that's a statement. Are we ready for a motion? I thought we were still in discussion.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, the main motion on the table is to grant with the 4 conditions that were outlined by the Vilas Neighborhood Association. So that still is the motion on the table. I'm asking you whether you want to amend that motion at this stage or just making a statement at this point.
Oh, I would like to amend it to include a review after 1 year of opening.
Review by whom? Just to ask, the ALRC or?
Yep.
Is there
There's a statement that we usually put in there, and I'm going to defer to Alder Revere because I don't have it up. I've been looking through my files. I can't find it.
Alder Revere, do you want to respond?
I might respond and thank you, Chair. I believe Alderperson Carter might be thinking of the former tradition that we had of so-called flagging certain licenses at renewal time, but the deputy city clerk has talked us out of following that history because of the difficulty and us kind of keeping track of those that are flagged. Perhaps the deputy city clerk can confirm or deny that, unless any of you are thinking of something else in terms of requiring an appearance at a certain time. I guess we could do that, but the other thing I'll just mention is that obviously at renewal, I'm sorry, I'm rudely talking over you. And we have an interpreter too. Maybe I should pause there for the interpreter in any event. So.
他们之间刚刚讨论了一下，就是关于这个1年以后，重新再审的这一条呢，好像他们不是很确定是不是这是一条法令的，还是一条怎么回事情？他们觉得好像不一定，好像一定要有限制的这个1年这个时间哈。Okay, carry on, Alderman.
Thank you. So the other point I was just going to make, besides perhaps again yielding to the deputy city clerk to confirm the level of comfort having a condition like this and having his office track those into the future, is that of course any of us and the city attorney's office, the police department could request at renewal time next spring or late spring, early summer to have this license separated at renewal time, assuming that the license is granted and the establishment opens and seeks renewal in the new year.
他现在想要确认一下的就是跟城市的市政府的律师以及这个公安部门，他们可以不一定要定1年，就是可能说一下明年的春天我们可以再讨论一下，这样子应该都是可以，但他们要确认一下。Carry on, Chairman.
And I'll respond to Alder Revere's question. So I don't love it. The fact that I have conditions about when a particular applicant should reappear. I will say when we do it with 1 or 2 licenses, it's not too hard for me to just print out a reminder and put it on the wall or something like that. I will say our office is going to be moving soon for renovation, so that some of that might be a little harder than I would normally do. But I would, if we can find some other way to, I don't know, I would caution against it.
Let me go to Attorney Zilovey if let me pause for the interpretation and then go to Attorney Zilovey if she has anything on this issue.
他们刚刚这位是市政府的秘书，他说那个如果你们只是这样手这样子写个便签的提醒自己一下，他觉得这个方式可能不太好，因为很容易遗留啊遗失啊，因为他们这个办公室马上就要那个搬迁和装修，所以从那个后勤这个方面来看的话，这个方式可能不一定很好。那么现在请那个市政府律师来讲一下他的看法。Carry on, attorney.
Thank you. I was just going to say that she can come before the committee anytime she wants to ask that the conditions be lifted. And if you want to do something in that regard, you could maybe request that she confer with the neighborhood prior to coming to the committee to ask that the conditions be altered or lifted.
这位律师，刚刚跟你解释一下，其实这从法律的角度来看，你是什么时候都可以，随时可以去，申请重新审阅你的真的营业证哈。如果你想要更加明确一点的话，你可以在申请之前的时候跟你们当地的居委会谈一下，也可以。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you. Alder Carter, do you want to proceed then with your motion? In which case I'll ask for a second, or do you want to withdraw it at this stage based on what you've had? You're on mute.
I will withdraw it. If the applicant can come back at any time and ask for amended conditions, then that's fine.
Okay.
他同意请解除他刚刚说的这个一年的这个限制，然后增加就是申请人随时可以回去要求政府重新审阅。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Farley, then Alder Miadzin, then I'd encourage us to kind of take care of the main motion if there is no other discussion and go on from there, considering the late hour and other sort of applications too. So, Ms. Farley.
Yes, I would just like to say I would like to see the second condition within the no sale of single serve bottles. I don't think that this is consistent, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it would be appropriate to strike that from the conditions. And additionally, like given the background and everything, I would actually like most feel comfortable to help prevent a de facto liquor store, but also providing the applicant an opportunity to establish reputation. I would like to entertain the idea of adding an additional condition along the lines of allowing liquor sales, but with the provision that the amount of liquor in the store would have to be less than 10% of shelf space or floor space. I don't know if this is something that we have precedent for or advice around, but that is a condition that I would feel most comfortable with.
So I will ask if that is a formal sort of motion to amend. And if so, if you want to restate it, we can ask for a second and see if there's willingness to entertain it.
Sure, we'll say, yeah, formal, yes.
So your motion, your amendment would strike. Go ahead.
Yes, so the amendment would strike the condition 2 and add an additional, actually it would strike condition 1 and condition 2 and add an additional condition to limit the shelf space for liquor to less than 10%.
Before we have this, is there a second to entertain the amendment? I'll ask again, is there a second? Seeing none.
I'll second.
Second by Alder Carter. We will have discussion on the amendment specifically as proposed. Jim, are you clear on the proposed amendment, just for the record? And then I will also pause for interpretation.
If it could repeat it, that'd be great.
Okay. Ms. Farley, can you repeat, and then we will sort of pause for the interpretation and then have discussion.
Yes, so the amendment is to strike condition 1 and condition 2, which is no liquor sales and no sale of single serve bottles or cans larger than 25 ounces, and to add an additional provision allowing the sale of liquor, but requiring that the applicant maintain shelf space for liquor less than 10% of total shelf space, and an additional provision restricting the sale of alcohol. I think it was like 250 milliliters. So yeah.
Jim, do you have any questions?
So the first one would be liquor shelf space shall be limited to no more than 10%.
Yes, of total shelf space.
And then what was the second one?
That consistent with restrictions in the neighborhood for other liquor stores of, I believe it's 250 milliliters.
Okay.
No
the airplane
liquor.
bottle, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And was there a third one?
Just striking the 1 and 2 already on the table.
Gotcha. Yep.
Chair, if I could quickly interject, it's 200 milliliters. So the standard condition is on these campus liquor stores is 200 milliliters. But for your purposes, Jim, and anyone else that would like to look it up, it's condition number 5 on the Regent Street liquor current license. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the clarification. Interpretation.
Sure, thank you. 刚刚这位女士说，她说她觉得第一这个居委会提出的条件，第1条和第2条应该抹去，然后她建议同意你出售烈性酒，但是烈性酒的储存量不能超过你所有的储存量的10%，然后你跟那个其他的卖酒的地方的条件一样，不能出售200毫升的瓶子的超过200毫升的容量的瓶子烈酒。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Alder Miadzi, and then Alder Evans.
I'm going to defer my speak after Alder Evers speaks. Thank you.
Alder Evans?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate committee member Farley's logic about trying to come up with a way to prevent a de facto liquor store. This seems to me to be the kind of relaxing of conditions that one would do at a subsequent point in time. Given the concerns that have been expressed by the neighborhood and a unanimous vote of the neighborhood association and by the district captain opposing the district captain actually opposing any of a liquor license at all, I think it's imprudent to move ahead and to allow for hard liquor sales. I would ask that you stick with the conditions and add the 5th condition about restricting the miniatures, the 200 milliliter ones, but please keep conditions 1 and 2 in place as appropriate, and then look to a point in the future to perhaps relaxing the conditions. But I would ask that you reject the amendment offered by Committee Member Farley. Thank you.
这位议员说他不同意这个刚刚这位议员女士提出的这些条件，他觉得他提出的这些已经是比居委会提出的要松懈很多，可能这些松懈的这些放宽和放松的这些条件需要经营一段时间，我们再讨论，所以他觉得还是严格按照居委会提出的这些条件。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Alder Miadzi.
I don't know where to go from here, but I think it's important that we do listen to what the alder has said. We do listen to what the association said. I think it's important that we've already talked about the fact that, you know, every year they can come back at the end of June 30th when they expire. They can definitely come back within a year to reapply, especially if the conditions are to be less lightened. But I think it's important that we actually listen to the alder and the neighborhood associations. I know sometimes somebody offers me a whole glass of water versus a little sip. I know that sometimes I'll take a sip over sometimes So I understand the fact that people are trying to find a pathway forward in order to accommodate, but I think we should definitely stick to what we have heard and come back later on if we need to. But we've heard from the association, we heard from the alder, we even heard from somebody who's been on this for a while, respectfully, my colleague, Mike Revere. So we've heard from him that he accepted conditions. So I think it's important to move forward. And I definitely, since I'm the last person, I'll call the question on the motion that I put forward. So hopefully we can call the question and wrap this up. Thank you.
刚刚这位议员说，我给你总结一下，他觉得听着大众的意见是非常的重要，他觉得还是同意之前的颁发营业证书，但是需要听从居委会的一些条件。那么他说，如果其他没有问题的话，他想尽快结束这一个讨论时间，所以他请大家根据这一个条件投票。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question has been called. To be clear, we're focusing on the amendment piece of things, right? From Miss Farley. Is there a second for calling the question? Alder Carter, you're seconding it.
Second, and the roll.
Sounds good to me. So that we're going to have a roll call vote on calling the question. Jim? And it's 2:30, I think.
Sorry, is this a roll call on calling the question, or is this a roll call on the question?
Alder Carter, do you want to clarify?
It's on the question.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on a second. I said call the question on the motion. I agree to all four. I mean,
That's what it's going to be. It's your motion.
Okay.
Yeah, Alder Miazzi, I will clarify. So we are on the amendment to sort of the main motion, right? So there were the 4 conditions that were outlined by the Vilas neighborhood. That was sort of the main motion. We are on the amendment as put forward by Miss Farley, sort of replacing, and I can have the deputy city clerk sort of review for everyone the amendment that's proposed. I just want to clarify then so that we're all on the same page. You want to call a question on the amendments that were proposed by Ms. Farley, correct? That leads us to the vote on those, and then the vote on your motion with respect to the Vilas Neighborhood Association piece.
All right, well, mark me down for saying no against Ms. Farley's and yes to my motion. Thank you.
Let me hold on. Is there any further discussion on Miss Farley's motion, which I will have the deputy city clerk repeat just once, and then we're going to proceed with a vote on the actual amendment, and then we're going to go back to the main motion on the Vilas neighborhood and proceed from there. Jim, read the proposed amendments by Miss Farley.
Will do. All right, the proposed conditions for Ms. Farley's is condition number 1, liquor shelf space shall be limited to no more than 10% of shelf space. And number 2, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away intoxicating liquor in the original container in amounts of 200 milliliters or less in volume. Intoxicating liquor shall not include wine in the original container with an alcohol content of 15% or less by volume.
Let's do the roll call vote on amending the main motion, which is the Vilas Neighborhood Association, with basically Miss Farley's substitution as proposed. Jim, do you want to call the roll for this?
Certainly. Alder Revere?
No.
Alder Revere, no. Barshak?
Aye.
Barshak, aye. Reese?
Abstain.
Abstain. Farley?
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra?
No.
Westra, no. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Miadzi?
No.
Alder Miadzi, no. Chair, the vote is 2 ayes, 4 nays.
Thank you. The motion, I believe, fails. I'll pause for the interpreter to hopefully just inform the applicant of sort of where we are in the process, and then we will, unless there's further discussion, take a vote on the main motion, which is to approve with the conditions that are outlined in the Vilas Neighborhood Association letter. So I'll pause for the interpreter.
Thank you, Chairman. I will summarize this. 万理师刚刚他们讲的是，他们刚刚那个投票的是关于其中一位议员提出的那个修改这个条件的，占了他们所有的他们的投票结果是4个人同意，4个人不同意，2个人同意。那么他们刚刚提到的这个修改呢，就是没有通过。那么现在我们在投票就是主要的这一个内容，也就是给你分发营业证书，但是是有条件的分发营业证书。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Farley, you have your hand up. Ms. Farley, do you have anything to... We can't hear you if you're trying to talk.
No, it was an accident.
Oh, okay, no problem then. Any further discussion on the motion? Anybody need Jim to restate where we're at? Seeing none, Jim, why don't we do a roll call vote on the main motion, again, adopting really the Vilas Neighborhood Association's 4 conditions that are outlined in that particular letter.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Chair. Can I make a motion just to remove the second condition of single-serve bottles or cans?
Is there support for that motion? Alder Eva, well, let me just kind of go through the process and then take comments. Is there any support? And again, I think you want to be only, second if you support the motion, I think. So is there any support for this?
Chair, I second the motion because I when in the future, I would hope my committee members would support me in my ability to make motions. So for that reason, I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. I would ask that you reject this amendment. It does not prevent the sale of single-serve containers. It talks about 25 ounces or greater, from what I understand. It's not saying that you couldn't sell a single bottle of beer, but the notion of 40 ounces and that kind of larger single containers, it's a reasonable condition. I would ask that you keep it, honor the request. If it's something that could be, it's certainly something that could be amended in the future, but it does not prohibit the sale of single bottles. That's the whole purpose of allowing for beer and wine sales, that you could have single size, a single bottle of beer, but not the very large 40-ounce type bottle of beer or malt liquor. Thank you.
Alder Evers, I apologize. I misread. I would like to strike my motion.
Okay, then Mr. Barashuk, I'm assuming the main motion has withdrawn the motion. So
that's fine then. Let's go and vote on the main overarching motion.
I will pause so that the interpreter can just again provide an update to the applicant on where we're at before we go into the vote.
Sure, Chairman. 刚刚那位女士提出了一个就是将第二个条件解除，但是没有人同意，所以这一条件还是继续留着。Carry on, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Jim. I think we're ready for the vote on the motion. So why don't we proceed?
Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Darshak.
No.
Darshak, no. Reese.
Abstain.
Reese abstain. Farley.
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra.
No.
Westra, no. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Miadzi.
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Chair, the vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you very much. I will break the tie in favor of the ayes on the motion. Jim, I believe that means that, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that means, well, you interpret that.
Yeah, then the vote is now 4 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you very much. So the motion is approved. Again, the recommendation is to adopt the Vilas Neighborhood Association's conditions and grant the license. That recommendation will go to the Common Council. Do we want to finish with the interpretation for the applicant?
Thank you。王女士，现在他们通过你的同意颁发你的营业证书，但是是需要你按照这个4个条件。Okay, carry on, Chairman.
That concludes, Jim. Sure. Do you have anything to add, Jim?
I do not. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So that concludes this time to 25. Thank you very much, Alder Evers. Thank you to our interpreter. Thank you to the applicant. Jim, there was one other item that required interpretation. So let's proceed to that. Was that item 28, according to my records, or was I?
That is correct. Yep, that's correct.
Do we have someone?
Excuse me, Chairman. I just want to let you know that I am the Mandarin interpreters exiting the meeting. Thank you.
Hold on. Actually, if I can hold on.
Sure.
Yeah, let me just double check. I can't recall if maybe there's another one.
That is the only one that I know of.
Okay, yep, that's the one. I'm sorry. Yep, no, you're good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you very much again. Okay, item 28. Do we have a registrant to speak to this item? I think I see Ashley's name on the agenda. Good evening, Ashley. And Jim, do we want to swear in the interpreter and make sure that we have the consecutive translation going?
Yeah. If I could have Adriana, if you could raise your right hand. And you affirm you'll accurately interpret Spanish to English and English to Spanish. I see a nod. Works for me.
Sorry, could you repeat the number that we're reviewing?
28.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, let's start with, I guess, can the applicant please sort of outline for the committee what she is hoping to do with this business?
Do they have interpreter? Yeah, they do. Always looking at us for the interpreter. Oh, do you guys have the interpreter?
Yeah, we do. I think we need to turn on the consecutive interpretation. I'll defer to Stefan, other Stefan, to do that.
Yep. So that's already on. Adriana, if you could just, you're shaking your head no.
Yeah, I cannot hear Adriana either.
Buenas noches. El jefe de esta reunión le está preguntando que cuáles son sus intenciones para este negocio. ¿Qué quiere hacer usted con este negocio?
Pues mis intenciones es abrir una licorería, poner un negocio donde en la área, pues, de Verona, para poner un negocio y emprender un negocio de una licorería y más adelante poner tipo tienda de abarrotes, una grocery store.
My intention is to open a liquor store, to start a business, a liquor store at that area of Verona. And in the near future, start considering to set up a grocery store or a place where I can sell food as well. Groceries.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
Preguntas para el aplicante.
Yes. First question is this location in the former Walgreens?
La primera pregunta del concejal Carter para el aplicante es, ¿este negocio va a ocupar el lugar que ocupaba el Walgreens?
No, el lugar donde yo voy a poner la licorería está al lado de donde era Walgreens anteriormente, está en el siguiente building.
No, the space that where I intend to start running my liquor store is across what it was Walgreens in the past, in the other building.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Gracias por la clarificación.
So my question to you is, have you met with the captain of the district?
Mi pregunta para usted es, ¿usted se ha reunido con el capitán de policía del distrito?
Sí.
Okay,
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. My second question for you is, what kind of security are you going to have in your liquor store?
Mi segunda pregunta para usted es, ¿qué clase de seguridad va a tener usted en su negocio?
El primer punto de seguridad serían cámaras en cada esquina del negocio para monitorear las 24 horas la área y detector de metal a la entrada de las puertas.
What I intend to do is to place cameras inside and outside in order to monitor 24/7 all the activity in and around. Also, I am going to place metal detectors by the entrances of the business.
Oh, and then also like an alarm if people break in.
Okay. Thank you very much. I might have another question, but thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Just for the interpreter, there are a couple of voices on the line, so I just want to be clear about who is. So can you have both of the individuals on the phone introduce themselves?
El jefe de la cabeza de esta reunión escucha dos voces en la línea. Oficialmente, ambas personas que están en la línea se tienen que presentar. Por favor, ¿se presentan?
Sí, bueno, yo soy Walter Cifuentes, dueño de licorería, y conmigo mi esposa.
Ashley. My name's Ashley.
Okay. So my name is Walter Cifuentes. I am the owner of the business, and with me, I have here my wife. My wife's name is Ashley, and she proceeded to introduce herself. Ashley.
And Ashley is the liquor agent for the business, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ashley va a ser el agente del que va a comandar la licencia de licores del establecimiento.
Sí, ella es la que hasta ahorita tiene la licencia que va a correr, pero tendremos un manager con más experiencia que ha trabajado por mucho tiempo en el campo de licor, que será el que nos estará entrenando un poco más y para tener todas las medidas necesarias que se requieren en el lugar.
Yes, Ashley is the holder of the license, but in the near future, we are going to hire an individual professional who has been in the business of running liquor stores for many years. And we intend for this person to provide us with all the training that is needed in order to be able to have anything and everything that is needed to run the business.
Thank you. Attorney Zillaby.
Gracias.
Who are members of the LLC? Only Ashley is listed, but then I think it's Walter signed the application. So,
¿Quiénes son los miembros de la LLC, de la compañía con de liabilidad limitada? Nosotros vemos que Ashley firma, pero que usted es el que firma la petición de la licencia. Entonces, ¿quiénes son los miembros de la compañía?
Somos los dos miembros de la compañía.
The two of us, we are the members of the LLC.
That's my fault. I did reach out to him previously. He gave me an updated one with him listed as a member of the LLC. I'll have to send the updated copy around.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Que hay una copia más actual, o sea, más actualizada al día y que usted ya lo lista usted también.
Dr. Reese.
Thank you. I want to ask about, did the applicant meet with the neighbors in the area? And if so, what was the conversation like?
Ella quiere saber si usted tuvo una conversación con los vecinos y que por favor, si esto ocurrió, nos informe cuál fue el tono de esta conversación.
Sí, nosotros hicimos lo que antes fue en el 14 de este mes, que hicimos una junta ahí, pero en realidad estuvimos por 2 horas y media en la área y nadie se presentó, nadie llegó a hacer preguntas. Nosotros estábamos listos para responder preguntas, pero nadie se acercó a hacer preguntas en el lugar.
We were present for 2.5 hours at the area on September the 14th, ready to answer all the questions and concerns from the neighbors. Nobody showed up.
How did you advertise the meeting?
¿Cómo fue que usted publicó o le hizo propaganda, diseminó esta reunión?
By the city council.
Con el papel anaranjado que nos dan de la ciudad, lo pusimos en la puerta muchos días antes con la fecha y la hora que iba a ser el meeting.
The city provided us with an orange piece of paper, so we filled up this orange piece of paper and we placed it in the windows outside the business many days in advance.
Thank you. And have you spoken with the alder? And if so, how did that conversation go?
Gracias. Usted ha conversado con el concejal del área y cómo ha sido esa conversación, si la ha tenido.
Sí, ya hemos hablado con ellos anteriormente hablamos con ellos y pues la conversación a ellos en defensa pues de la comunidad y de que de mantener la comunidad con más seguridad, y acerca de eso fue la conversación, de que la comunidad necesitaba estar segura y pues acerca de eso fue la conversación que tuvimos.
Yes, we talk and we sustain a conversation in which one of the main topics was the fact that she insisted that the community needs to be safe. There are needs of safety around the community, and therefore the conversation was around the topic of safety for the community. The community needs to be safe.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Eso es todo por ahora.
Thank you very much. I know Alder Figueroa Cole is here with us. Alder Carter, before I turn it over, do you have questions for the applicant, or can I sort of turn it over to Alder Figueroa Cole for any remarks that she has at this point?
La concejal Figueroa tiene preguntas para el aplicante. ¿Hay alguna otra pregunta para el aplicante? Y si no, le doy la palabra para los enunciados de la concejal Figueroa.
I'll hold my questions. Go ahead.
La concejal Carter retira su pregunta.
Alder Figueroa Cole, thanks for joining us. Your remarks on this application would be welcome at this stage.
Gracias, concejal Figueroa Cole, por estar aquí con nosotros hoy. Por favor, sus enunciados, que van a ser bienvenidos en esta reunión hoy.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm in a company gathering, so I need to be a little bit short here. Yes, I met with Walter and Ashley. We also had a neighborhood meeting that we promoted via the yellow blue cards to the closest area of the neighborhood of the Lakers liquor store. We had about maybe 15 people came to the meeting, and every email communication on this regard I have forwarded to your committee. Walter and Ashley, I don't know if you want me.
Okay.
Walter and Ashley, I don't know if you want me to stop to translate or.
Yes, please. Yes, okay. Please. Yes, we met. Yes, I met with the applicants. Yes, we conducted a neighborhood meeting. Yes, we promoted that meeting using the yellow cards that the city provides. We put several in several locations. 15 people show to that meeting. And I want to make sure that you know that every single communication or every single email in relationship with that meeting and communications have been forwarded to your committee already by me. Go ahead, Aldemar Figueroa Calder.
You meant to interpret this the kind of translate English for the applicant, just to ask?
Okay.
Yeah, I just interpreting Alder Figueroa Cole's comments for the applicant's purpose, I think.
Sí, yo me reuní con ellos, sí, yo me reuní con él, y sí, nosotros tuvimos esta reunión la promocionamos con las tarjetas amarillas, las pusimos en varios sitios para que fueran difundidas. Segundo, lo otro que hicimos fue que 15 personas participaron de esta reunión. Todas las comunicaciones que tuvieron que ver con esta reunión, yo ya se las mandé a su comité.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole, please continue.
Yes. So after meeting the applicants and after having the meetings, I think everyone in the community agreed that Walter and Ashley are a very an amazing young entrepreneur pair, and we will love very much to have them be part of our community and to serve the needs of our neighborhood, but in any other capacity that is not a liquor store. So as I told them when I talked to them, I will support their endeavors in any other venture, but I wouldn't support a liquor store in that area that is already so saturated with other licenses. Jessica Cavazos from the Latino League reached out and said that maybe we can try to help in some other way, and we also provided him information to contact business development to see if we can find some other niche for them to tackle. So this one is another very hard one for me. It's the first time I'm here with you on this regard, but they are good people, but a liquor store in this area really is not the best place for it at this time. That's all I got. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Después de reunirme con ustedes, después de haber tenido la reunión del vecindario, toda la comunidad y los participantes estuvieron de acuerdo que Walter y Ashley son una pareja joven de emprendedores que es muy apreciable la intención que tienen. Pero que nosotros los apoyaríamos de cualquier forma y en otro tipo de negocio que no fuera una licorera. La razón por la cual decidimos esto es porque hay gran densidad de licencias de licor en el área y en este momento la comunidad no necesita otro tipo de establecimiento como tal. La comunidad tiene claramente otras necesidades. Esto fue muy duro para mí y nosotros hemos tratado de contactar y hablé con Jessica Cabrera de la Liga Latina para ver cómo más les podemos ayudar y vamos a contactar a la Oficina de Desarrollo de Negocios de la ciudad a ver cómo más les podemos ayudar, a ver si ustedes consiguen otro nicho para desarrollar su negocio.
Thank you. Questions for the Alder, Mr. Barashuk?
Gracias. Preguntas para el concejal Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. This is a question for the Alder, but anyone may answer it. There's a letter from Tim Knox, the Assistant General Manager for Vintage Brewing, referring to an individual named Chrissy. I'm wondering what relationship that person has to this agenda item and to this business.
I may have attached the wrong item to the wrong attachment to the wrong item.
Thank you.
Hubo una pregunta con respecto a una comunicación, una carta que no tiene nada que ver porque el secretario de la ciudad lo anexó al archivo incorrecto.
Alder Carter.
Yes, this is a question for the Alder. Of the 15 or so people that attended the neighborhood meeting, did you say they were in favor of the liquor store?
Una pregunta para la concejal Figueroa Cole. Usted dijo que más o menos 15 personas asistieron a la reunión del vecindario. ¿Usted indicó que estas personas estaban a favor de otorgar la licencia para abrir una licorera?
Alder Carter, no. What I meant is like we all agree that these people are deserving of having a business in our neighborhood, and we would love to have them here, but not with a liquor store. Captain Freeman sent also an email to the license committee, and he also agreed. I mean, we all agree that they are the right people and they're doing the right things, and we love to have them, but not with a liquor store.
Lo que yo quise decir es que la comunidad y los vecinos quisieran alojarlos a ustedes como entre empresarios jóvenes en nuestra comunidad con otro tipo de negocios, pero no con una licorera en este particular momento. El capitán Freeman, que es el capitán de policía, adicionó una carta en donde él también dice que no le puede dar aprobación a este requerimiento para abrir un almacén de licores en el área. Todos estuvimos de acuerdo en esto.
Okay, one more question for you, Alder. Was it you or was it the applicant that went around the plaza to ask if people were for it or against it? And did you talk to the child care that it says they're close by?
Tengo una pregunta para el concejal Figueroa Cole. Específicamente, ¿fue usted o fue el aplicante quien hizo una ronda caminando alrededor de la plaza donde está localizado el local para el potencial negocio, y también hubo conversaciones con el centro de cuidado de niños que está muy cercano allí?
No, I did not go door to door to announce the liquor store. I requested a mailing from Debbie, and she sent that out to the immediate area of the Ally Drive and the Dons Marsh neighborhood area, and that included businesses which contact me, including the daycare. So for those that contact me via email, I communicated back and forth with them via email. And as I mentioned earlier, I send those communications to the license committee.
Okay, it must have been the applicant that said that.
No.
I just didn't know who said it. I didn't know if it was you or the applicant.
You may want to the interpretation, sorry.
No fui yo. Lo que yo hice es que yo pedí una comunicación a Debbie. Ella mandó una carta a los vecinos de el Alley Drive y a los vecinos de Don Marshall, ese vecindario, diciéndoles cuál era la intención, y también una carta le llegó comunicándole esta intención al centro de cuidado de niños que hay en el área. Todos los que con mi información de contacto, todas las personas o entidades que me contactaron, yo les contesté, pero ustedes ya tienen copias de todas estas comunicaciones.
Anything else, Alder Carter?
¿Algo más?
No, thank you for the clarification, Alder.
No, gracias por la aclaración.
Thank you.
Captain Zanders and then Miss Farley.
I typically don't like to speak up about something, but whenever I see a captain put all his heart and soul into a letter, I think it's only right that I step in and say something on his behalf in regards to not necessarily the liquor store itself, but the effects or the impacts that it would have on the community and how the community has made strides over the years to be a better environment for those that are growing up in that area. And I think it's extremely essential that we as a community really dive into that language. Like I said, this is a very rare circumstance where you have a captain take this amount of time to craft a letter and speak on behalf of the community and support it. This is the first time that I've seen something so substantial and so heartwarming, in which it actually pulled on my strings when I'm thinking about the Allied Drive area in the neighborhood and how, they have experienced troubles over the years. As somebody that used to work over on the west side of Madison, I can tell you that I've been in that community. I worked in that community. I even lived in that community. And I think when the community speaks, we should listen. And when you get some effort put in by not only the order, but also by MPD in the community, I think that is teamwork and community partnership at its finest and should be taken into consideration.
El capitán de policía presente en este comité, miembro de este comité, prende su micrófono para decir que es muy rara la vez que él comenta en situaciones de otros distritos de la ciudad, y que es muy rara la vez que se ve un capitán de policía que se da el tiempo de estudiar el asunto y escribir una carta reflejando la voz y la intención y los deseos de la comunidad. Esto pasa muy rara vez desde que el capitán ha estado aquí en este comité. Para él es la primera vez que lo ve. Él dice que esto es importante porque hay un sentimiento específico en la comunidad, una comunidad que ha sido muy vulnerable, ha tenido un pasado que ha sido muy doloroso, ha hecho grandes esfuerzos para tratar de salir de ahí y volverse una comunidad como lo era antes, donde las familias pueden vivir, pueden crecer y pueden mejorar. Entonces, él cree que cuando una comunidad ha dicho algo, ha hablado y ha expresado su opinión, y esa opinión ha sido también expresada por el capitán de policía, debemos escuchar.
Miss Farley.
Yes, I have a question for Alder. A number of the letters that we received were from owners of local businesses who would be in direct competition if this applicant was granted a liquor license. Of the 15 people that you mentioned, how many of those were owners of businesses that sell liquor or associated with businesses in the area that also sell liquor?
La pregunta de ella es, en todas las comunicaciones que nosotros hemos recibido, copias de comunicaciones con respecto a ese asunto, y en todas las cartas que hemos recibido, cartas de apoyo o de oposición, yo veo que hay varias de dueños de negocios que estarían en concreta y directa competencia con una licorera si ustedes la abrieran. Mi pregunta es, de esos 15 miembros que hablaron en la reunión del vecindario, ¿cuántos eran dueños de negocios de licoreras en el área?
Yes, thank you. That didn't go unnoticed. We had the owner of Rocky's store spoke against it. And we had the spouse of the Lunas who actually tried to help find one of the gas stations. But everybody else was either from Allied, from Don Marsh area, actual neighbors with no. Oh, and then the blood center also sent me an email. They weren't present at the meeting, but they also sent an email.
De las personas que asistieron de estos 15 tuvimos y participó la dueña de la licorera Rocky, participó la esposa de el negocio, la esposa del negocio de Luna, y también participó uno de los dueños de una de las estaciones de gasolina cercanas, ¿correcto? Aclaro que el Centro de Donación de Sangre y Plasma también me escribió una carta.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Alder Miaz.
So, I mean, I wouldn't actually know that. Can I make a comment about that?
Yes, go ahead, Alder.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes, that those sentiments came through, and it was very clear that there's a lot of self-interest on that regard. So I had to be honest, they had no bearing on my decision of not supporting these license, because they're all selling alcohol, and if I had it my way, but it wasn't weight for the position that I'm taking.
I'm sorry, but I cannot interpret since the communication is broken.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can just do it in Spanish myself. That's okay. So,
Alder Figueroa Cole, I think
we can't.
Just repeat it. It was because your line cut out.
That's okay. Do you hear me or not?
I can hear you now, but your line cut out after I think you used the words.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I left the restaurant and I'm walking away from the Wi-Fi. Didn't occur to me. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep. If you just want to repeat your comments,
Okay.
that would be great.
Okay, so what I said is that the pushback from the businesses around it and didn't came unnoticed, but they had no bearing on my decision to not support this license.
La Aldemar Figueroa Cole dice que la oposición de estos negocios, por supuesto, de los negocios en el área, por supuesto, fue muy notada, ¿ok? Y ella la notó y la tuvo en cuenta, pero que esta oposición de los negocios del área no tuvieron nada que ver ni ningún peso en la decisión que ella tomó de no apoyar el otorgar la licencia.
Thank you. Alder Miadzi and Alder Figueroa Cole, we just muted you just for the background noise. So just for reference, Alder Miadzi, though.
Yeah, I had a question for Alder Figueroa Call. I remember when I was on the Public Safety Review Committee, we had it where the NRT came and said they didn't want alcohol in the park, and we banned it. I'm just wondering, is that another reason why you're thinking this too? Too much alcohol and as far as it also being a community concern too?
La pregunta para la concejal es que cuando esta persona que está haciendo la pregunta, este concejal que está haciendo la pregunta, participaba del Comité de Seguridad Pública, vino la RNT, una organización, a decir que no querían que hubiera presencia de alcohol en el parque. Y obviamente el organismo la prohibió, la presencia de alcohol. ¿Esto es similar? ¿Hay algo de esto que pueda ser similar a lo que está pasando en esta área, en este barrio que ha sido vulnerable, en esta área de la ciudad?
That's a good point, Alder Mayatsi. That just shows the how passionate the community feels about the use of alcohol in the area. That was a request to deny alcohol at the park, and that was, that they fought for that for years, and they finally got it last year, as you know. The NRT was part of that because the NRT is involved with the parks. However, the neighborhood association is involved with the NRT. It's a very connected communities, and the neighborhood association as well sent a letter and are here to have representation here tonight expressing not in support of having the license. But the park, you're right. The park is a direct. You can connect the dots there to show that alcohol is important for the community to be limited.
Esto es un muy buen punto, concejal. ¿Por qué? Porque esto es una muestra de la pasión que tiene la comunidad para tratar de impedir que más licor se consuma en el área, que pueda crear más problemas. Ellos padecieron el problema de alcohol en el parque por muchísimos años, pidieron la prohibición por parte del NRT y finalmente el año pasado la consiguieron. Yo quiero aquí mencionar que el NRT tiene una gran conexión con la Asociación del Vecindario, están muy conectados y estas organizaciones muestran su compromiso a que no haya más alcohol en el área. Esta organización también expresó y me mandó una comunicación diciendo que no estaban de acuerdo con que se aprobara esta licencia de licor.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this stage? Jim, before we move on to maybe Alder Carter, do we have any other registrants for this item?
¿Tenemos otra persona que se haya registrado para hablar sobre este asunto?
Excuse me. We do. We have 3 other registrants wishing to speak. And then we have 4 registrants who registers not wishing to speak. And I'll let you tell me when you want me to read out where they stand.
So let's, Alder Carter, did you have an additional question, or are you ready for the other registrant comments at this stage?
We can go ahead with the comments. I was going to do a motion at the appropriate time.
Yeah, let's proceed with registrants. Jim, if you want to go down the list you have, that would be.
Okay, vamos a proceder en este momento, ya que el Aldemar Carter no tiene más comentarios, a proceder con otros individuos que se registraron para participar de esta reunión. 3 de ellos se registraron con deseo a opinar y hablar, 4 de ellos se registraron sin deseo a hablar y ahorita van a leer la opinión de estos individuos.
Our first registrant is Gurpreet Guman, an opposition wishing to speak.
Gurpreet, good evening. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Gurpreet, welcome to the ALRC meeting. 3 minutes or so to speak on this application. Feel free to proceed.
I'm the owner of Rocky's Liquor. When I bought the liquor store from Zimmerman, I bought existing license with the building. I had so much problems. I had to hire lawyers to get the same license as Mr. Zimmerman had, where I was put in conditions not to sell small bottles. And I fought. Finally, I got a full license. So I want to remind the city that it's in the same area where existing license had so much issues. And then city gave a license to Luna's Grocery after me, a new license. And I think it's the time to review that it's the same area. We have another liquor store on the other side of town, Liquor Town, which a drive distance is like 7 minutes. To us from that location is 2 minutes. Luna's is also 2 minutes. And there are 2 gas stations serving alcohol and beer. And I also want to draw the attention of the city on the crime, where few murders happened in the neighborhood. After COVID, I myself is having a lot of issues where people are coming, grabbing bottles and running, where I have done multiple reports, both in person with a dollar amount and with the dollar amount on self-report, and then some with the dollar amount that I did not even reported. So just wanted to oppose granting license. And the last thing is next to the plasma center, which is gonna, people gonna donate, use the money to drink alcohol and cause more problems in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurpreet. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Jim, who is our next speaker?
The next speaker is Katie Barnes, opposition wishing to speak, representing the Allied Dunn Marsh Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. And I don't know whether the interpreter sort of wants to summarize the prior comments before we go on to Katie.
Yeah, sí, gracias. La persona que habló, Gurpreet Guman, ella es la dueña del almacén Rocky y ella volvió a traer a colación el hecho de que ella tuvo muchísima dificultad cuando ella le compró Rockies al señor Zimmerman para conseguir la licencia que debería haber sido transferida con la compra del negocio. Tuvo que poner abogados, estaba llena de condiciones, llena de limitaciones, finalmente la obtuvo. Segundo, ella recalca que hay muchos establecimientos que venden licor en el área. Liquor Town está a 2 minutos. Luna está a 2 minutos de donde ustedes proponen. Hay 3 bombas de gasolina o gasolineras que también venden licor, cerveza y vino, que están también a minutos de donde ustedes están. Demasiadas densidad de licor. Ella obviamente comenta que después de COVID, la ola de robos en su almacén ha sido constante. Personas entran, que cogen una botella y salen corriendo. A veces ella la reporta, a veces la cantidad por la cual no vale la pena reportar. La policía del área y la policía de Madison están al corriente de lo que está sucediendo en este establecimiento. Y lo último que ella comentó es que ella le preocupa el hecho de que este almacén de licor va a estar al frente de el sitio donde se dona plasma y sangre, que la gente sale de donar con alguna cantidad de dinero, la gaste comprando licor y vaya a causar más crimen.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
For the applicant's benefit, the committee will sort of ask the applicant questions. Otherwise, there's nothing to respond to at this stage.
Ok, en ese momento solamente usted puede responder a preguntas directas que hayan hecho los miembros de este comité.
Katie, good evening. Thank you for coming to the ALRC meeting. Do you want to sort of introduce yourself and then you have 3 minutes or so for your public comment.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me okay?
I can do indeed, Katie.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Katie Ferens. I've lived in Allied Drive neighborhood for 19 years now. I'm on the neighborhood association over here, and I also run a boys group called Brotherhood for the past 11 years. As anybody who knows this area knows that we've came a long way. And so it didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of years. And we've done a lot to help change the neighborhood in a positive way. And I mimic pretty much everything that the alder has said, the officer as well, that, yeah, this is just not going to be a good fit for the neighborhood. We don't need another liquor store. We got plenty of it around. This neighborhood does have drug and alcohol problems. That's why we don't have alcohol at the park. And as much as I really do like the applicants, like I really am, I support a minority-owned business, but that business is just not the right fit for this neighborhood. And especially since we're losing the skating rink, which is something that's been here for forever, and we're losing a positive thing. I don't want to lose a positive thing and pick up a negative thing. And I'm not saying that they would not try to run a negative business, but that's just the nature of the business. So, so I mean, I'm opposed to it. The neighborhood association Allied Dunsmarsh neighborhood association is opposed to it. But like the alder said, we would love for them if they would want to try to bring us something, another dollar store. We lost that. If they want to bring a restaurant, a daycare, anything that's like would benefit our neighborhood, we're all for it. But at this time, a liquor store just is not the right fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Interpretation.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Kathy Burns. Yo vivo en el vecindario. Yo soy miembro de la asociación del vecindario de Alley y de Don Marshall. He vivido 19 años en este vecindario y yo he tenido una organización que se llama Hermandad por 11 años en el vecindario. Este es un vecindario que todos sabemos que ha tenido mucha historia y hemos hecho muchísimo progreso, pero esto ha tomado años. Y es un vecindario donde hay todavía muchos problemas de alcohol, muchos problemas de uso de drogas, por eso se prohibió el uso de alcohol en el parque finalmente. Es un vecindario donde existen muchísimos negocios de venta de licor. Si nosotros contamos dónde se puede comprar licor alrededor, aproximadamente son 20 lugares, más o menos. Quiero recalcar que nosotros estamos en favor de esta pareja de empresarios. Nosotros nos fascinan los negocios que son comandados por minorías, pero que específicamente en este momento un almacén de licores no sería una buena opción para ese sitio. Nosotros estaríamos muy supuestos a ayudarlos en caso de que ustedes quisieran traernos algo que fuera de beneficio para el vecindario, una guardería de niños, un mercado, un restaurante. Otra cosa que quiero aclarar es que en este momento estamos presenciando que ya se nos fue el Dollar Store. Se va a cerrar el sitio de patinaje que ha estado en este vecindario por miles y miles de años, que era un positivo para nuestro vecindario. Entonces yo no quiero ver cómo los positivos se van y los reemplazamos con un negativo. No es que yo diga que ustedes van a correr un negocio que va a ser un negativo, sino que nosotros sabemos que esa es la naturaleza específica del negocio de licores.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Katie? Otherwise, we'll take our third speaker. Katie, thank you very much. Jim?
Yes, the last applicant or last registrant that is Wishing to speak is Mary Mullen in opposition.
Mary, good evening. Thanks for sticking with us here. Same sort of framework as the other speakers on this item. Please introduce yourself and provide your comments.
Okay, so I'm Mary Mullen. I live at 4337 Milford Road in the neighborhood. I've lived here for since 1963, and I've been working to improve the neighborhood for the past 50 years, including getting the large, helping get the large Marlboro Park in the area, which is about 20 acres. And also founding the Marlboro Community Garden, which has 160 community garden plots. I have sent a lengthy email to the ALRC with an attachment that lists all the alcohol outlets in the neighborhood. There are 4 of them, and the 3 that are just across Verona Road. 2 of them are full-service hard liquor stores, and the others all serve beer or have it for sale. I listed 8 things that concerned me. But first I want to say that I did not know there was a meeting that set up for September 14th. When I went over and looked at that placard and photographed it on September 8th, 3 parts were not filled out, and one was the one about when there would be a meeting. And so the only meeting I knew about was the one that Alder Cole called and that I learned about because she sent that card, and I did attend that. And all the things that Alder Cole said about that meeting are exactly what I noticed it as well. The only people in favor of the applicant were the applicants themselves. And I wonder whether the applicant went around to each business. They didn't say so when they were at the meeting on the 19th. I do know that a friend of mine in the neighborhood did go to all those businesses around and talk to them, and that's all I know about anyone going in person to the businesses to let them know that there was going to be an application and to find out what they thought about it. And I'll echo that all these liquor establishments or alcohol establishments I can get to in 2 to 4 minutes by car or 8 to 14 minutes on foot in the neighborhood. We're saturated with them, that's what I would say. And we're kind of a recovering neighborhood, as Katie Farrens remarked. I'm a person that goes around and picks up the litter along the Beltline frontage road and the Verona frontage road. And in my letter, I had a picture page that showed twice when I picked up litter along there, and it was all there were always alcohol containers and non-alcohol containers, and the alcohol containers outnumbered the others.
Mary, that's concluded your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Mary, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for Mary? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate again your comments this evening. That moves us in.
Can we get the interpreter?
Yeah.
Mi nombre es Mary Mullen. Yo habito el 4317 de Mulford Road. Yo vivo aquí desde 1953 y por 50 años he trabajado en mejorar y ayudar a este vecindario. Cosas que he hecho es conseguir que anexaran el parque Marlboro y fundar el jardín o la huerta comunitaria con 160 participantes. Yo mandé un correo electrónico muy detallado con respecto a este asunto, en donde yo escribí específicamente todas mis preocupaciones. Yo describí las cosas que me preocupan en 8 aspectos. Yo describí exactamente cuáles son los negocios presentes en el área que venden licor, qué tipo de licor venden, a qué distancia están, cómo puedo llegar a ellos a pie en 2 a 7 minutos, cómo puedo llegar, en carro, a pie aproximadamente en unos 15 a 20 minutos. Yo quiero también decir que yo no supe de la reunión que se hizo en el vecindario el 14 de septiembre. Es más, yo fui el 8 de septiembre al local propuesto y sí estaba el papel puesto en la puerta, pero estaba llenado de forma parcial. Una de las cosas que faltaba era la fecha y la hora de la reunión. Y esto fue menos de 8 días antes de esa reunión. La única razón por la cual yo me enteré de la reunión del día lunes, en el cual sí participé, fue porque me mandaron una comunicación específica, como lo dijo el Aldemar Figueroa Col. Otra cosa que yo quiero resaltar es que en esta reunión, exactamente lo que dijo la concejal Figueroa Col fue como sucedió, es completamente cierto. Definitivamente en esta reunión los únicos a favor de la aprobación de esta licencia fueron ustedes, los aplicantes, y aquella reclamo de que quién fue a los negocios a decir que iba a haber una aplicación para una licencia de licores para un nuevo negocio, una nueva licorera. No sé quién lo hizo, pero sí sé que ocurrió por una amiga mía cercana, quien habló con un dueño de un negocio que dijo que sí, que allí llegaron a decir que iba a haber una petición para una licencia para una nueva licorera. Otra cosa que yo quiero decir es que estamos saturados de negocios que venden alcohol, estamos saturados de alcohol en el área. Quiero traer a colación el comentario que una de las cosas que yo hago frecuentemente durante el año es recoger basura alrededor de Frontage Road, enfrente de Verona Road, y que obviamente siempre recojo muchísimos más botellas y envases de licor que de envases que no sean licor. Y ahí fue cuando la interrumpieron.
Thank you very much. Jim, did you have anything before I turn it to Alder Carter?
Yeah, I just want to read the names of the folks who registered not wishing to speak.
Go ahead.
So that is Amy Bogan, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Sonia Hakel, registered opposition, not wishing to speak, representing the LA Duns Marsh Neighborhood Association. Adriana Soto, I believe that's the interpreter, was neither supporter or opposition, that's why she registered. And Sandy Park, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. And she registered as a resident and vice president of the Allied Community Cooperative.
Jim acaba de leer los nombres de las personas que se registraron pero que no desean hablar, entonces se registraron en oposición y son miembros del vecindario o son miembros de la asociación de los vecindarios del área.
Jim, thank you very much. Alder Carter and then Miss Farley.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Jim, can you send me the letter that the last speaker said that she sent us? I do not have it in my packet, and I don't see it on Legistar.
I think it was one of the later ones that was entered.
Okay.
La concejal Carter está pidiéndole a Jim que le envíe una copia de la carta de Amy Mulder.
Okay, I was going to do a motion, but you have another person with their hand up. What's that, Miss Farley?
We do. So a motion would be sort of in order to facilitate some of the discussion, I think, to focus on.
Okay. I move to deny, and if I get a second, I will address that.
Second.
Motion and a second from Ms. Westra. Alder Carter, do you want to speak to your motion, and then we'll turn it to Ms. Farley?
Okay, thank you. I'm very familiar with this area, and I can tell you that we can go back to the early 60s when these apartments were first built, and how it was very a very nice place to live, a lot of professionals, nurses, etc. But this area has been challenging, and the residents of this area has embraced their community enough to want to fight for it. And I think that speaks volumes. I'd worked with the former alder on making sure to ensure that their park had no alcohol. And of course, Alder Figueroa Cole also supported that. Unfortunately, there are a lot of liquor store establishments, whether they're gas stations or actually liquor stores in this area. And I think that with Captain Friedman's letter, which was profound, and I'm going to frame it myself because I've never seen a captain write a letter like that, speaks volumes to the dedication of everyone, Alder Figueroa Cole, myself, and previous alders to this area, and really trying to make it thrive. And it also speaks to, I don't want to ever forget the residents, to the applicant. Great things were spoken by the alder of the applicant and some of the speakers. I think that although I have my motion to deny, I want you to go forward and really look at other businesses that could really enhance this area because they deserve that economic investment. Thank you.
Yo estoy muy familiarizada con esta área. Me remonto al principio de los años 60, cuando los primeros complejos de apartamentos fueron construidos. Eran hermosos y se volvió un sitio de la ciudad habitado por profesionales, enfermeras y todo tipo de profesionales. Después vinieron los retos y la zona ha sido una zona que ha sido sometida a muchos retos a través del tiempo. Pero nosotros hemos visto cómo a través de los años y en los últimos años la comunidad se ha unido para tratar de abrazar lo bueno del área y tratarla de sacar adelante. Yo he trabajado con muchísimos individuos a este respecto, con el concejal Figueroa Cole. Actualmente nosotros trabajamos directamente en el rechazo del permiso de tener licor en el parque. He trabajado con muchísimos concejales del área en el pasado. Luego, y sé también que hay demasiadas, hay mucha densidad de licor en el área, hay muchos almacenes, así sea de licor completo o que vendan otras cosas que proporcionen el licor. Y entonces también quiero recalcar el hecho de la carta que escribió el capitán Freeman. La voy a imprimir, la voy a enmarcar porque es la primera vez que yo veo en una moción de licencia de licor una carta de un capitán de policía tan sentida y tan detallada, haciendo eco del sentimiento del vecindario, de todo lo que el vecindario ha dicho. Quiero también resaltar, por otro lado, que el concejal Figueroa Cole ha hablado muy bien de los aplicantes. Hay muchos comentarios en mi paquete que hablan de las cualidades de los aplicantes y definitivamente a mí me parece que vale la pena considerar la posibilidad de tratar de respaldarlos y ayudarlos a que ustedes abran otro negocio que le traiga algo a la comunidad positivo, porque esta comunidad merece la inversión y el esfuerzo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Ms. Farley, and then Alder Verbeer, and then Jim.
Yeah, so I agree with Alder Carter's motion. Before we do vote, I would like to give the opportunity to the applicant to speak towards any of the concerns brought up.
El concejal Foley secunda la moción de negar la licencia por parte del concejal Carter, pero ella quiere hacer una petición para que le dejen al aplicante hablar y comentar con respecto a las preocupaciones que se han traído a colación hoy.
You should have a prompt to unmute yourself, Ashley. Ashley, you are unmuted.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello. If you would care, Walter, to care to speak to any of the issues concerned, that was Miss Farley's question or ask at this stage. So you have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, so are we able to talk about like all the other people who commented on?
I think for consistency, we do want to I think we want to focus on the main issues and continue to go through the interpretive for consistency. So let's focus on that and have the response come accordingly. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vamos a conservar consistencia en lo que se está diciendo, entonces simplemente ustedes quieren decir algo con respecto a la petición de Kathleen Farley, es que ustedes quieren comentar al respecto de lo que se ha dicho aquí, específicamente de las preocupaciones, de las cosas negativas que se han dicho con respecto a todo al área, a lo que sucede,
Sí, yo quisiera comentar de que yo respeto el punto de ellos y entiendo que están queriendo que la ciudad sea una ciudad mucho mejor, pero también pues me gustaría obtener algún tipo de oportunidad y que me den la oportunidad de tratar de poner el negocio, que me den la oportunidad de pues demostrar de que un negocio licor también no es un licor un gran peligro si se sabe coordinar bien con las medidas que se requiere, con ayudar también con lo que ella dice, lo de la suciedad y eso. No tenemos que esperar para que la comunidad, para que la ciudad, venga y limpie. Eso es algo de nosotros, de la comunidad, que tenemos que actuar antes de esperar que la ciudad venga y limpie todo eso. Y lo que más me gustaría pues comentar es que me den una oportunidad de hacerlo y de crecer como negocio.
Lo primero, the first thing that I would like to say is that I respect all your opinions and your comments. I respect the fact that the only thing that you want is for the community, the city, and the neighborhood to become a safer and greater place. I understand all that. But as an individual, I also ask for an opportunity for myself, for an opportunity to start a business, to run a business, and to grow. For an opportunity to show you that a well-run liquor store with everything that is needed and is required is a business that cannot be equal to unsafe conditions or danger or issues like that. So I know that we cannot wait for the city to come to our community and clean the community around and solve all the problems from us. I understand that that has to come within the community by itself, but I only asking for an opportunity for myself to run a good business.
Thank you very much. Ms. Farley,
Gracias.
anything else? I will move on. Oh,
No.
thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to the record a few thoughts and also make a comment really directed toward the applicants. First, I think without objection, ask the maker of the motion and the body if we could amend the motion to state that our denial is contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. I think that legally that's important that we clearly understand and have on the record here when we deny, and there were cases where we do deny licenses, that it is exactly because it's contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And with that said, I want the applicants to know that from my perspective, I agree with all the concerns that have been raised tonight, especially by the alder of the district and in writing by the district police captain, that and so many others, including some neighborhood activists that have appeared at ALRC meetings, going back all the years I've served here. Perhaps I'll pause there and let the interpreter interpret.
Thank you. Entonces lo que yo quiero que quede en el récord, en el archivo de esta reunión, es algunas de mis ideas, comentarios y pensamientos. Lo primero, yo quiero que quede en el récord que yo creo que cuando este comité da una negación a la otorgación de una licencia de licor, es específicamente porque el darla sería en contra de la seguridad y el beneficio y la salud de la comunidad. Y yo pienso que esto es muy importante que quede documentado cuando nosotros vamos a hacer una negación. Yo estoy de acuerdo y entiendo todas las objeciones, las preocupaciones y las consideraciones de las personas que han participado en esta reunión. Especialmente me llama la atención la participación de personas de la comunidad, activistas del vecindario, personas que han vivido allí por muchísimo tiempo. Me parece muy importante resaltar la opinión del Departamento de Policía local y estoy de acuerdo con todos estos enunciados. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So the reason why I support this motion to deny is strictly one of location. That being that the Allied neighborhood is I think established as any reasonable person would articulate, still a challenged neighborhood, a fragile neighborhood in many respects, and we heard that in the testimony tonight. I want to say personally to the applicants that I would certainly welcome your application for this same business just at another location in our community. I don't want you to leave here thinking that this is something about the applicants personally, anything we're concerned about with their backgrounds or lack of experience, at least in my estimation. I would certainly, all things being equal, be very pleased to recommend granting you a license for this establishment, this business plan, just in a neighborhood that doesn't have the challenges that the Allied neighborhood has, and moreover doesn't have the amount of alcohol license density that this neighborhood has. So thank you for understanding my perspective on this, and certainly, wish you all my best in future endeavor, and hope to have you back here another time, perhaps at another location. Thank you.
Gracias por entender y escuchar mis comentarios. Yo quiero establecer que yo pues estoy de acuerdo con el negar la licencia de licor para este establecimiento. Y quiero que se entienda que esta negación viene relacionada específicamente con 3 cosas: la localización, la localización, la localización. Ustedes quieren abrir un negocio de licores en un área que es muy, muy vulnerable y que es un área que se conoce que tiene muchos retos y los ha tenido por muchísimo tiempo. Entonces, yo quiero decir que esta negación no habla de su personalidad, de sus antecedentes, de su historia, de su experiencia, de su profesionalismo. No, es el hecho de que nosotros consideramos que es una licencia que no se puede otorgar porque es en el sitio donde ustedes están queriendo abrirlo. Yo quiero reiterarles que ustedes tendrían mi apoyo total si ustedes vuelven a este lugar de reunión con una proposición para un almacén de licores localizado en otra área de la ciudad. Espero que lo consideren. Gracias por considerar mis comentarios.
Thank you very much. Before we kind of go on to the next couple of speakers, I'm just making sure, Alder Carter, Ms. Westra, and making sure that there is indeed no objection to the sort of friendly amendment proposed by the Alder about placing on file as a result of health, safety, and welfare concerns. Correct?
Yes, I agree with that. I was going to put that on when you came back to me, but thank you, Alder Verveer. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Is there any further discussion? Otherwise, I propose moving into a vote.
Si no hay más discusión, propongo seguir adelante para hacer una votación formal.
So again, we have a motion on the table. Seeing no further discussion, all those opposed to the motion signify so by raising your hand. Seeing none. Oh, good. Mr. Barisha.
Because this is a denial, I just want to be clear that, is this going to be recorded as a unanimous vote, or should we take a roll call and make it obvious that it's unanimous?
We can certainly take a roll call.
If it is unanimous.
Jim, why don't we, for sake of let's go through and do the roll call vote.
Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder, aye. Barashuk.
Aye.
Barashuk, aye. Reese.
Aye.
Reese, aye. Farley.
I'm sorry, can you clarify the motion again?
The motion made by Alder Carter, seconded by Westra, is to recommend a council to deny because of the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Aye, thank you.
Farley, aye. Westra.
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Miadzi.
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Chair, that is 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. I'll pause for just the interpretation.
Entonces hicimos un llamado a la lista de los asistentes y los votantes en esta reunión y hubo 7 que votaron sí a negar la licencia, 0 que votaron no a no negar la licencia. O sea que se considera una decisión unánime por parte del comité.
Again, our thanks to the applicants and to the interpreter. I think, Jim, that concludes the items that we need interpretation for this evening, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Gracias a los aplicantes. Entonces, esto concluye la discusión con respecto a este asunto de la agenda. Ya nos podemos ir.
Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you very much, and I am going to be leaving the meeting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So that moves us back up the agenda to our operator license applications. So that takes us to item 2. Kirsten Thiel is the operator license that we have on tap. Yes, Mr. Barashok.
Thank you. I'll just let you know I'll be requesting roll calls on items 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you very much. Appreciate I will ask you for a clarification. I'm assuming that also, if are you asking for operators licenses in general to have roll call votes this evening?
Yes.
So that would also apply to item 35, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Got it, good. Kirsten Thiel, Jim, do we have Kirsten on the line with us this evening? I believe this was a referral from last month, correct?
It is a referral from last month. Nobody has registered for this item.
This would be our only second referral?
They've been referred once before. This is the second meeting they've appeared.
And did you have any contact with them?
I've sent them registration, links to the register, and told them that their item is referred.
Move referral to the next meeting.
Sounds good. Is there a second from Alder Bevere? Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, the item's referred to our next, and that would be the full ALRC.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I asked for a roll call on this item.
You can indeed. So let's do the roll call vote for referral.
Alder Miadzi?
Aye, please.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Barashok?
No.
Barashok, no. Reese?
Aye.
Reese, aye. Farley?
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Chair, that is 6 ayes, 1 nay.
Thank you very much. The item is referred to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Alder Carter.
Yes, just for clarification, can we have when asking for a roll call vote, can we have it on each item instead of grouping it? Just so we all know what's going on.
Yeah, no, that's. I think we're just going down the items. I will dutifully call for the roll call after each operator license per Mr. Barashok's request. That moves us on to the operator license application for Andrew Weber. Jim, do we have Andrew on the line with us this evening?
And I also do not have any registrations for item number 3.
Is this the first time or second?
This is the first appearance before the ALRC.
What's the committee's pleasure?
Move referral to the next meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Verbeek, do you want to call the roll call vote for item 3 on Andrew Weber's operator license application?
Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Barashok?
Aye.
Barashok, aye. Reese?
Aye.
Reese, aye. Farley?
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Carter?
You're on mute.
Aye.
Oh, there you go.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Miadzi?
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Chair, the vote is 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. The item is referred to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Item number 4, operator license application for Jennifer Wallace. I know Jennifer is with us. Jennifer, thank you again for sticking with us this evening. We are going to have Captain Zanders from the Manus Police Department just provide an overview for you and the committee about why you're appearing, and go from there. So, Captain Zanders.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jennifer, for hanging in there. First things first, good evening. In viewing your application and during the background process, 2 items of concern came to my attention. The concern noted have been identified as a conflict pertaining to licensing guidelines and bounded by statute. Guideline 1 states the following: provided the circumstances of the offense as it substantially relates to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of any felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. The incident occurred on March 8th, 2011, in which you were charged with your 4th offense, OWI, and later convicted of the felony charge on May 31st, 2013. In addition to Guideline 1, I also noted violations pertaining to Guideline 2, Appearance A, and Appearance B. Guideline 2 states the following: provided the circumstances of the offense as it substantially relates to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for 1 or more offenses within the last 5 years, or for 2 or more offenses arising out of separate incidents within the last 10 years in the following subcategories do not qualify for an operator's license. Appearance 8 cites violent crimes against the person of another, including but not limited to battery, disorderly conduct, sexual assault, injury by negligent use of a vehicle, intimidation of a victim or witness. Appearance B cites crimes involving cooperation or lack thereof with law enforcement officials, including but not limited to resisting or obstructing a police officer, bribery of public officers, employees, eluding police, bail jumping, hit and run, perjury, and acts of threats of terrorism. Inciting that incident, on June 1st, 2014, you were charged with disorderly conduct, criminal damage to property, and resisting an officer in Rock County via Janesville PD. This resulted in a conviction on September 14, 2014. In addition to the 2018, you received an additional disorderly conduct citation in Janesville. Facts of the 2014 incident was that officers were called, referenced the applicant being out of control, refusing to leave an apartment, breaking out a window, biting the other involved party, causing a disturbance, breaking out a hallway window, emptying a hallway fire extinguisher, fighting with officers, and attempting to break officers' squad window by kicking it. So the list goes on, but I will turn this over to you and kind of give you an opportunity to speak to the committee about these infractions.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Can do, Jennifer.
Okay. So I kind of wrote a little something. Sorry, I hate speaking in front of people. And then bringing up my past just really sucks. Just 1 second. So I just wrote a little thing. I also had 2 family members send in some letters of recommendation just on my changes in my life and stuff. But I just wrote down, like, in my past, I did make a lot of bad decisions. I went through about 10 years of very heavily drinking. It got me into a lot of trouble, and I didn't accept that I had a problem. But it is definitely in the past. I know that he had mentioned convictions. So yeah, I did have a disorderly in 2018. No other charges with that. And then, like he said, my last charges were 8+ years ago. So I have been sober for more than 4 years now. I've been sober since August 12th of 2018. That was just by choice. I just decided to change my life. Got new friends, frequented AA meetings, did a lot of that. So I have stayed sober by choice. In the past 4 years, I've moved up in the management chain. So I was working for Walmart for 4 years, had 3 promotions in that store. And then this February, I actually graduated with my bachelor's in business management in school. So then I had Aldi reach out to me. So I am currently in the position of being a store manager at Aldi. I do want to note that at the Stoughton Walmart and both the Monona Walmart, I did have my liquor license, and I was responsible for selling liquor at both of those Walmarts. So for the past 4 years, my Monona one was actually current until I left Walmart in May. And so I'm just here, it's just Aldi just has wine and beer sales. So I'm just supervising those. But I really do hope like the path I'm on and my changes and my sobriety for 4 years really does get taken into consideration.
Well, Jennifer, thank you very much again for sharing with the committee, and we'll just take questions and roll from there on the discussion. So again, appreciate it. Ms. Farley.
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate your honesty and openness about this history, and I'm sure it's very, very difficult. And I also appreciate you staying on so long. If it's appropriate to do so, I would like to move to grant.
Is there a second from Dr. Reese? Is there any discussion around granting? Seeing no discussion, we'll move into the roll call vote. Jim?
Barshik?
No.
Barshik, no. Reese?
Aye.
Reese, aye. Farley?
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Carter?
Did you say Carter?
I did say Alder Carter.
Oh, thank you. Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Miazzi?
Aye.
Alder Miazzi, aye. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Chair, that is 6 ayes, 1 nay.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Congratulations to you on the recommendation. This will go to the council, and we will sort of proceed from there. Jim, anything else that Jennifer needs to leave before she leaves?
I don't believe so, no.
Fantastic. Jennifer, have a good evening. Thank you very much. Jim, just to clarify, was item 35 sort of added late for a particular reason as the last operator's license application?
I believe it. I'm not thinking of this. We were notified. The applicant contacted us yesterday to ask if he can be added under the agenda, and we were still in the outside the 24-hour period. And I like to try to get the operators on as soon as they can, because usually if it's background check flagged, it takes a little longer than most. So sometimes they wait around with their provisionals and they expire soon. So,
with the committee's indulgence, I would like to just take up the operators' licenses together. So let's go to item 35. Luke Stauffacher. Luke, I apologize if I butchered your name first. So again, Luke, thank you very much for appearing before the committee this evening. Captain Zanders will sort of provide the introduction and overview, and we'll get into the conversation from there.
Good evening, Luke. In viewing your application and during the background process, one item of concern came to my attention. The concern noted has been identified as conflict pertaining to the license and guidelines bounded by statute. Guideline 1 states the following: provided the circumstances of the offense as it substantially relates to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of any felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. This incident would have occurred on February 18, 2022, in which you were charged with battery or threat to a judge, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer. This was a felony offense in which you are currently in the deferred prosecution program until March 2nd, 2023. The facts of this incident was that on the date of February 18, 2022, the applicant was intoxicated and made a call to a friend claiming that they wanted to commit an act of bodily self-harm. And officers investigating, they respond to that individual, in which they determined that there was a level of intoxication, and along with some of the self-harm concerns, decided that that was going to be a protective custody conveyance to Tellurian Detox. While at Detox, officers were actually called back to that location due to the applicant being verbally abusive to the staff, and again, citing concerns of self-harm. upon officers arriving for a second time, they attempted to get the applicant to comply with the rules of the facility, in which the applicant was being defiant and causing a disturbance, which later resulted to the applicant being placed in 4-point restraints. During that time, the applicant stated to an officer, "I'm going to rip your face off," while simultaneously lunging towards the officer and staff with his mouth open and making biting motions. In addition to threatening to bite or rip the officer's face off, the applicant spit 3 times at the officer, in which at one point during that incident, the officer received saliva in their right eye. All during this time, the verbal assault continued, which then led to a disposition of the applicant going to the public safety building. While at the public safety building, the applicant continued to make threats in which he told the officer, "Watch out when he gets released from jail." Them are the facts as cited and documented in the report. Applicant, this is your time to speak to the committee and discuss what I have noted.
Thank you, committee, for allowing me to have the time to speak and to give you a Spark Notes version of what happened from my perspective. I have been dealing with chronic pain for all my life, but it had gotten really bad in 2021. And every time I went to the doctors, they told me nothing was wrong with me. And I had reached my breaking point on the night that the officer had just described to you guys. And so I used alcohol as my vehicle to give me the courage to end my life. And I was in a complete not right frame of mind. I was in a complete mental crisis and I needed to talk to somebody. And because of how it was handled, and I can take complete ownership to my actions because I was not in the right mental space in any capacity, but because of how it was handled, and I really needed to talk to a crisis counselor, it just kept getting worse and worse as the scenario did. And thankfully, when I was released, I was able to go to the doctor and they finally found out what was wrong with me. I've had hip surgery now to correct the chronic pain in my legs. I've been seeing a therapist ever since. I've been doing community service, and I am completely going to take ownership of all my actions. And I just want the committee to know that I am moving in steps to make that never, ever happen again. I am still enrolled at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I've been taking my grades seriously, and I would just like to continue to make money in a way that I know how to, and that is by bartending. So,
Luke, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Barashuk, and then Ms. Farley, and then Dr. Reese. Mr. Barashuk?
Thank you, Chair. So, Luke, did you you said you plan on working at a tavern?
Yeah, a bar downtown.
Okay.
Is the goal.
Do you have any conditions on currently court-imposed conditions against possessing alcohol?
Yes.
Have you discussed with your lawyer what possessing alcohol means and whether that would permit you to serve alcohol?
No. They have not said anything about that. But I am almost done with my deferred prosecution program. All I have to do left is finish the last little bit of my community service, and then we can finalize that and be done with the system. So,
okay. Thank you.
Ms. Farley, did you have anything? I saw you put your hand down, so I'll go to Dr. Reese, and then please raise your hand if you have anything additional. Dr. Reese?
Thank you. Luke, can I ask what deferred program you are going through?
All I know is it's like the deferred prosecution program through the Dane County Jail.
Got it. Do you have a PO or someone who's supervising you?
I do not have a PO. I have somebody who is like over the case, Sue Barnett, I believe her name is, but
Have you spoken with her about your employment?
No, I have not talked to her about my employment.
Okay. Well, first of all, I appreciate you sharing what sounds like a pretty horrific night. And I know that detox is a challenge. So, but I guess I would just say, before we get into committee discussion, it would be a really good idea for you to talk to the case manager about this to make sure that you're not putting yourself in a situation that's going to get you kicked out of the deferred prosecution program.
Okay.
And
I appreciate that.
Last question. Have you talked, are your employers aware of this?
Yes, they are aware, but I currently do not serve alcohol or work as a bartender.
Got it. So what establishment are you looking to work at?
I have not applied as bartending yet. I mean, I've applied, but I have not received anything back for that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, Captain Zanders?
Chair, can I just add a point of clarity?
Definitely. Feel free. Clarity is always welcome.
When the applicant has noted that the intent was to seek help during that incident, I think the one thing that got in the way that night is that crisis as well as the local hospitals are not able to see somebody that is in that crisis state if they have a level of alcohol on board. And I just wanted to point that out. That's the reason why detox was that option.
Thank you very much. Dr. Reese.
So I think if no one else has anything, I'd like to move to refer this, or whatever the right language is, because I'd want Mr. Stofferker to have the chance to talk to, make sure he's squaring that away with the program. And since he doesn't have any current employment pending, that's why I'd like to make that motion.
Do you want to make, is there a second? Alder Miadzi, is that a second?
Well, also too, if you could add, to come back with letters of recommendation versus just speaking with them. I think that'll be also carry a lot of weight.
I do have documents that I submitted to the licensing email, and I don't know if those.
Yep. We have those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but just saying that when you talk to the people that are overseeing the case, to actually have them not only notify them, but have a letter of recommendation from them too. I think that'll carry a lot of weight.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, correct, Alder Miadzi?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Luke, for sharing. I know this is not an easy topic to discuss, especially in a public meeting. So I really appreciate your sharing with us, and thank you also for being with us so many hours all night long here as we've slowly reached your agenda item. I have some familiarity professionally with the deferred prosecution program, and also from my time here on this committee, we have in the past, from time to time, when someone is in what used to be called FOP, First Offenders Program, we would simply ask for a letter from your social worker, your case manager. You said it's Sue, or perhaps her boss, Melvin, simply stating that they have no objection to you working in a licensed establishment, thus being granted this, so as we call them, operators licenses. You've already testified, Luke, that you haven't yet mentioned this to Sue. Is it something that you would be willing to do sooner rather than later?
Yes, I have no issues with that. I just have not been in contact with her in a few months or so. So that's just why I have not mentioned it to her.
That goes to show that you're doing very well and you're fulfilling your contractual obligations with the program if you haven't had to check in with her for, did you say several months?
I mean, several months is probably a stretch, but like 2 or 3 months. I'm not quite sure on the dates, but the only thing I have left to do is just the last hours of my community service. All the other things that were required of me have been completed up to this point.
Yes, and as was already stated, we did receive your background material and the assessments and so forth, and counseling, which is you're to be commended for doing all that and following through on your requirements of your contract. So I'm wondering if you're comfortable doing this then, which it sounds like you are, Chair Fletcher. Could we perhaps, if it's not out of order, I would suggest an alternative route. Rather than me making the motion, why don't I just say what I'm thinking aloud and see maybe if the makers of the underlying motion might consider it something that they would instead consider, and we could alter the motion instead of going through maybe a couple of roll calls. But that would be that since this your application, Luke, is going to the city council on October 11th, if between now and October 11th you could please supply a letter of support from the Dayton County District Attorney's Office, deferred prosecution program, stating that they have no objection to you being granted this operator's license, and supply that letter to the city clerk's office in advance of that October 11th common council meeting. I think that would be an efficient way to proceed rather than having you wait a whole month and come back, and then one of us, like maybe me, might even ask you then to supply the letter anyway a month from now. So I'm just wondering if my colleagues might consider that friendlier approach, perhaps.
Yeah, so consider amending the motion to grant contingent upon the letter from the DA's office.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Dr. Reese.
Alder Miadzi, are you comfortable with that as well as the seconder of the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Fantastic. Any further discussion on the new motion?
And could I just interject and see if, assuming that we could wait till after we have a vote, and I guess it'll be a roll call vote, Chairperson, if Jim has any suggestion on the most efficient way to get such a letter to him. I presume it would be email, Jim, or maybe since the program is in the city county building also upstairs, maybe they would just bring the letter down to you. I don't know.
Yeah, they can either bring it down in person to our office, or if Luke just wants to respond to my email. I did email him with a link to register to the meeting, so he does have my email.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jim, and thank you again, Luke, for sharing, and continued good luck with your journey here.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder Vivier. Mr. Barashuk.
Thank you, Chair. And Luke, I think in some of the documents you submitted, one of them had your grade point average listed, and that was very impressive. So among the other impressive strides you made so far in life, that's another one I'd like to highlight. And it seems like the various attorneys on this call don't share the same concern that I do about the possession issue when it comes to your possession restriction imposed by the court. So I suppose I would prefer to see, have an answer to that, and see that restriction cleared based on your overall good behavior before voting yes to send to the common council. So my vote will probably be no, but and that's the reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alder Miadzi, anything else? You're just noting your hand is up.
Sorry, I put it down. Sorry.
No, thank you very much. Let's unless there's a further discussion, let's move on to vote on the motion approving to grant with the condition around the letter being submitted to the city clerk's office per the discussion. Jim, why don't we go for the roll call vote?
Barshik?
No.
Barshik, no. Reese?
Aye.
Reese, aye. Farley?
So I think both Ms. Farley, as far as I can see it, and Alder Carter have dropped.
Yeah, I don't see them either.
I can interject the chair and state that Alderperson Carter texted me with her apologies that she needs to take leave because her allergies are really flaring up.
I hope she feels better soon.
Yes. That was my response.
I do have a phone number that I think.
There's Charlie.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's 706.
Okay. Yep.
Yes. This is Catherine. Sorry, I hung up. I would like to ask a point of clarification, if that's okay. So the condition is that the letter be delivered, but it's also a condition that the letter be a letter of recommendation and generally positive and of approval, right?
Yes.
So the granting is contingent upon the receipt of a letter of support from the Deferred Prosecution Program.
Then aye.
Excellent. Farley, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Carter is excused. Alder Miadzi?
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Sir, the vote is 5 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much, Jim. Luke, are you clear on next steps from your perspective?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, have a good evening. Thank you very much. That will take us swiftly-ish to item 11. So entity reorganization, Creative Grocer Concepts, Inc., doing business as the Jennifer Street Market. Jim, who do we have joining us?
No one.
Nobody. She had gotten back to me last month and said that she couldn't because she was busy at the establishment, but I have not heard anything from this month.
So this is the second time that it's on the agenda?
No, it's much more than that.
Okay. Ms. Farley, I saw you had your hand up then, Ms. Westra, unless you're both trying to make the same maybe motion. So, Ms. Farley.
Sorry, I left it up.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Westra.
I'd like to move to place this on file without prejudice.
Second by Dr. Reese. Alder Miadzi, I'm assuming that was you're seconding a backup second, as it were. Any discussion? Any objection? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we will place this on file without prejudice. Thank you very much. That moves us along to item number 22, change of license premise. Musonics LLC doing business as Cafe Coda. Jim, do we have a registrant for this item?
We don't. He contacted me earlier by email and said he wasn't able to get a link, but I don't see him having registered at all. I've sent at least 2 emails to him since then, and I have not heard from him. So at this time, he's not here.
Okay. What's the committee's pleasure? Dr. Reese.
Move to refer to the next ALRC meeting.
Second, Alder Miadzi. Second. Any discussion about referral? Any objection? Seeing none, the item is referred to our next ALRC meeting. That takes us to item 23, a 21 plus entertainment license for Eno Vino Downtown. Jim, do we have a registrant?
We do. Matthew McMahon is registered in support. Not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, and he is here.
Matthew, I think you may be the speaker. Can you, Matthew? Can you state your association with the business, if possible?
I'm so sorry. The automated message was talking over you. This is Matthew McMahon here on behalf of Enovino and the AC Hotel.
Matthew, what's are you involved with the LLC? What's your role with the I guess organization? Just to clarify.
Excellent question. I'm the general manager of the AC Hotel that houses the Enovino restaurant. I've been chosen by the restaurant managers to speak on this call, if needed.
Okay. I guess Attorney Briss, does that satisfy you in terms of the nexus of the relationship to the actual applicant here?
Yes.
Good. Then let's proceed. Matthew, can you describe sort of why you're applying for the 21 plus entertainment license briefly?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about that. So we're really looking to just have some amplified music within our hotel lobby on occasion. We're just wanting to do maybe on Friday nights, just have a small, like 3-piece jazz band, or just have the opportunity to have some live entertainment for our guests inside the hotel. And that would, the AC Lounge, the bar in the hotel, just happens to be on the lobby level. And that's where the largest amount of space would be to have live music. So we just thought it would be a great added value for some of our guests within the hotel.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's see some questions. Dr. Reese.
I'm not sure exactly who this question is for, but I'm a little confused then. Why is this Enovino applying? If it sounds like it's from the hotel, it's closest to the hotel bar. So what's the relationship then? Is this the appropriate applicant, or should it be AC Hotel? I guess that's my question for the committee. And then depending on that, maybe to Matthew, what's the relationship here?
So absolutely. So we own the building, the property, we run the hotel, but Enovino, they just operate our food and beverage portion, and the liquor license itself is actually under Enovino licensing, since they're running the food and beverage outlet.
Is that
so
true?
They had to
the lobby bar as well?
It is, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Hmm.
Do you have further questions, Dr. Reese, for others, perhaps? Or no, I'm just, you look very contemplative right there, so I didn't know if now was the appropriate time or not.
Yeah, just one other question, Matthew. What is your experience with running live music? If you could just.
Thank you so much. Before being the general manager at the AC Hotel here in downtown Madison, I've also had 6 years experience at the Aloft Hotel over by Chicago O'Hare Airport. And with that brand, it was actually a brand requirement for us to have live music to get guests inside the hotel at a minimum of twice per week. So extensive experience with having live music within the hotel lobby setting.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Further questions for Matthew? Ms. Farley?
It's not necessarily, it's more of an operational question. I know at our last meeting, we had discussed providing some guidelines around applicants and who is speaking for applicants and general managers and things like that. And I had followed up with an email. I just don't know if we had gotten any consensus for consistency with that.
Yeah, I think and folks can correct me if I'm misremembering, but I think this was an item that Ms. Donnelly had suggested for the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee. I know there's an item later on the agenda this evening that'll talk about the sort of composition of that, the subcommittees in general. So I don't believe we've got to that unless Jim, unless I will stand corrected.
No, I had not sent around anything for a meeting for the subcommittees yet.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious where that was at, given the applicant.
Thank you very much. It's a good question. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a very quick question. I'm curious, will Craig Spalding be DJing?
He may very well be.
As
He'll take all of your requests.
He carries the first floor, as you probably are well aware.
Brilliant. Well, any
sorry to waste people's time with that one. I couldn't resist. He's a very popular bartender on the first floor of the hotel.
Well, see, Craig is bartending right now. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd love to been on this call.
Tell him Mike Verveer says hi, please. He's quite a follower.
I sure will.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you.
I was wasting folks' time. Can I move to Grant? Oh, I see Dr. Reese has a question.
Okay. No, I think people.
You can move to Grant, and I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. I moved to Grant. Thanks.
Let's do it that way. That sounds good. Any further discussion on this item? Any objections? Seeing none, the 21 plus entertainment license is granted. Thank you very much, Matthew, for staying with us this evening. That'll move us on to item 24, 21 plus entertainment license for First Magco Inc., doing business as Rocky Rococo Pizza and Leopold Books Bar Cafe down at 1301 Regent Street. Jim, do we have a registrant?
Yes, Sam Brown is registered in here.
Sam, good evening. Thank you for sticking with us at this relatively late hour. Sam, do you want to introduce sort of who you are, your relationship to the business, and what you're hoping to accomplish?
Sam, you should be unmuted.
I believe I am unmuted. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. My name is Samuel Brown. I'm the Vice President of First Madco. We founded and operate Rocky Rococo's here in Madison, Wisconsin, and we also operate Leopold's Books Bar Cafe at 1301 Regent Street. We've been operating restaurants in Madison for 48 years. We opened Leopold in July of last year. We are here today applying for an entertainment license for Leopold. We'd like to offer unamplified and lightly amplified jazz and folk performances for our customers. The entertainment license application was endorsed by the Greenbush Neighborhood Association and Alder Evers. We have a 24-year track record operating here at 1301 Regent Street, 12 years with a full liquor license. We're tremendously proud of our clean record, both at Leopold's and Rocky's, and we pride ourselves on running really safe operations. We also have extensive experience with crowd control and security. We've been running a tailgate here for Rocky Rococo's on Regent Street since 1998, and we're quite proud of the fact that we've never had any police calls during that time. And we would love your support.
Super. Thanks very much, Sam. Questions from members of the committee? Dr. Reese?
So does this alcohol license cover both establishments? Yes. Okay, that's it.
Correct. Both establishments are covered by the same liquor license.
Thank you.
Further questions? Otherwise, a discussion or a motion would be in order.
I'll move to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Ms. Westrock?
I was just going to move approval.
And then a second from Dr. Reese. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on this item? Any objection? If so, raise your hand. Seeing none, the 21 plus entertainment license stands approved. Sam, thanks again for joining us this evening. Much appreciated. That will move us on to item number 27, public hearing new license for Sunnyfo LLC doing business as Sunnyfo. Is there any anyone on the line with us, Jim?
Yes. Couch Kim is here.
Good evening, Couch. How are you?
Yeah, it's Coach Kim.
Coach Kim, how are you?
Good, good. I'm sitting since 5:30.
Oh my goodness! Well, thank you so much for your patience this
last
evening.
time, no connection. I missed all of that. I know.
It was no, thank you again very much. We realize it's been a lengthy.
No, I said I cannot walk anywhere. Like customer here, like okay, what are you doing?
Well, why don't you tell us what you're hoping to do down on Park Street, and then take any questions the committee may have.
Now I doing like the Asian food, like only pho and then like a little small family restaurant, but most customer it's only like 15% like beer and alcohol, not much. They ask once in a while, do I have any beer? But now I don't have anything, so I need to get a license for that.
Okay. Well, why don't we take any questions the committee may have for you and go from there. Committee members, any questions for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
Can you tell us about how your meetings went, if you met with the police and the alder from the area or any neighbors?
Yeah, I'm not sure. With the police, he says it's okay. Haven't met anybody, and I call, I'm not sure.
I think you checked, I was looking at the box, that you agree to contact the South District Police. I think you're in the South District Police Captain before the meeting. Have you spoken to him about this?
Yeah, I spoke like I think last month, and he says it's okay because we just serve only like 15%.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
he
that's in
says
Alder Evers?
nothing. Yeah.
Is that an Alder Evers?
Yeah. Yes, I call him.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Oh, Miss Farley.
Yes, I was curious. It does look like on your application, under section F36, you stated that you are indebted to a wholesale or beyond 15 days for beer and 30 days for liquor.
30. What do you mean by 30? The liquor? So like wine cooler or hard liquor, but like 15%, like really small amount. If they ask,
Yeah. So on your application states that you are indebted to a wholesaler.
Indebted of wholesaler of the beer or liquor?
Yeah. So of beer or liquor.
No.
Okay. So I just want to clarify if that was an error on the application.
No.
Attorney Briss, did you have anything to clarify?
I was just going to say, if they don't hold a license, it would be difficult to be in debt to a wholesaler.
So you mean the wholesale? I don't understand.
It means a wholesaler of alcohol beverages if you're indebted to them for more than a certain period of time, but you don't hold a license currently, correct?
Yeah, I don't hold a license.
Okay, then you're not in debt to a wholesaler at this point then.
No.
So why don't we, Jim, I think we will just want to correct that for the record this evening. The question 36. Ms. Farley, is there anything else?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Otherwise, discussion or a motion would be in order. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. The question for the applicant and then perhaps for the Deputy City Clerk. I notice on your application that the corporate information that we need is left incomplete. I don't know that you have a copy of our completed application in front of you, but if you do, and for obviously my colleagues that do have it in front of us, you'll note that section C, the corporate information is not completed, but it looks like perhaps when you, let me start all over again. Are you applying as I see that there was a correction made on your application. Originally you applied as a sole proprietor, but then that's crossed out and it says that you're a limited liability company.
Yeah, it's a sole proprietor.
Oh.
Yes.
Am I the only one that looks like the solo is crossed out with the name and it says?
I see the LLC as well.
Yeah.
It's only me as a sole proprietor. Just only me in the.
So there's no limited liability company that's involved that's applying for this alcohol license?
No, just only me in there.
Yeah, Deputy City Clerk, can I ask you, do you have any input on this? I don't know if your office, it's different color ink and crossed out and so forth and different handwriting.
Yeah, that's reminding me that I did ask that question of the applicant. I don't think I ever got a response. Let me see what other materials we got. I thought, let me just look up real quick.
Thank you. I didn't see any follow-up material in the packet yet. You had included it in your packet. So if I could ask the applicant, so just to be clear, I don't mean to be overly repetitive here, but you absolutely don't have an LLC. You are asking for this license as a sole proprietor, something that we don't see very often anymore at our meetings. That's correct. You aren't a registered LLC with the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. I put LLC.
Right. The question is, do you intend to have the alcohol license, if granted, be in the name of an LLC or just your name individually?
I want to be the LLC. Yeah,
there is an LLC that's registered with the state, but it's currently delinquent.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, to the same as Attorney.
Alder Verveer, further questions?
I registered as an LLC, but I don't know how I put a sole proprietor in there.
So just your intent is that you do wish the license would be an LLC, not your name as an individual person?
Individual, just only me. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. So you hope, as of tonight, you want the license to be a solo proprietorship?
Yeah. I'm the only one, the owner. Just only me.
I don't think she's understanding that she can be an LLC and be the sole member of it. I think she's confusing. I don't think she understands what's going on, really.
See my paper,
Why, Alder Verveer, do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'll take Mr. Barashik's question and maybe come back.
Okay.
Well, I was just curious. I know that Jim has certainly Regent, for us, because I see it, in terms of how this is noticed on an agenda, and I presume on the postcards and so forth that were sent by the city clerk's office, and legal notice that it is an LLC applying for the license with the applicant named as the agent. I'm wondering, do you have, Jim, the follow-up paperwork nominating the agent and the background on the agent? And is that paperwork in the form of what an LLC?
She did submit an appointment of agent form, which I think precipitated the publication of it as an LLC. Because I did ask for I did email for clarification, but never heard anything back. So I proceeded to notice it as an LLC.
Thank you. I'll yield. I see that others wish to weigh in, it sounds like, on this, figuring this one out. Thank you.
So, Attorney Brist, I'm assuming you may have something specifically on this issue.
Well, I just want to say that the points that Attorney Zilby raised are good points. And what I would suggest is that this be, if you're going to grant the license, you grant it with the condition that they're going to put the LLC in good standing before the council meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Brist. Mr. Barashuk.
Thank you, Chair. Alternatively, my question is, I suppose it's a legal question, but since the LLC apparently is delinquent, could the applicant apply as a sole proprietor?
Attorney Brist?
Well, theoretically, I suppose they could, but it seems to me that if they have an LLC, they probably want to continue with that and just bring it into good standing. I'm not sure. I agree with Attorney Zilby. I'm not sure that the applicant totally was clear about what was going on.
Further comments or questions at this stage?
I have one question for the applicant. I noticed in section G under item 40, the question asks if you need an interpreter, and you did select yes, but you put the language as English. You need an interpreter?
Okay, yes. You have the application. Just have in front of me earlier, but now.
Yeah, Jim, do you have any sort of reference for that?
When I go apply for that, I put the LLC, but it's LLC as a sole proprietor. There's only one owner in there.
Okay. Well, why don't we come back with any questions, Couch Cam? I want to figure out on the interpreter question, Jim, given the sort of applicant's stated preference in the application. I mean, sort of how would you advise we proceed? I mean, I think, yeah, I'll just leave it there.
The applicant had indicated English was the preferred language, and then even though they did, I mean, we have had other folks check the box for yes and then write English in there, and we've not gotten an interpreter for them, obviously, for English if that's what they want, since that's what the meeting will be discussed in. But no, I hadn't pushed on that because we've had that before. If there was no preferred language that was also English, I might have pushed on it, but. No.
Okay.
And I just sent an email around to the committee with the front page of the change of agent form and the state seller's permit that was submitted with the application.
Thank you very much, Jim. Questions, comments, or a motion would be in order to. Barrow?
I think this might be a good candidate for referral. I'm more confused now than I was before we started this discussion. So I suppose I refer to I move to refer to the next scheduled meeting so we can sort out the details.
Motion to refer. Is there a second? Second, Reese. Is there anyone wishing to talk about referral? Dr. Reese.
So I hate to do this since Ms. Kim's been waiting all night long, but I do think there's some important items on the application to sort out and make sure that it's clear with the applicant what's happening. So I think that's really important. And if we do end up referring, perhaps we could call this as the first agenda item for the next meeting so she doesn't have to wait again.
Thank you very much. Attorney Zilby.
I just wanted to add that it is very important to make sure the applicant understands what they need to do, because if you grant it as an LLC and it remains delinquent, the license is void. So it's very important that that issue be cleared up and that the applicant understands what they need to do if they are going to proceed as an LLC.
Agreed. Ms. Farley?
I agree with the having it be the first thing at the next meeting. And I'd also just request that Mr. Verbeek can work with the applicant to determine if translation services are needed.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to refer to our next regularly scheduled meeting. We'll pencil it in as the kind of first item and determine anything else. Attorney Zilby, do you have another comment, or your hand is just still up? Got it. Okay. Any further discussion on referring to our next meeting? Any objection? Seeing none, the item is referred to our next meeting. Jim, is there any sort of instruction to the applicant that Organs would like to provide before sort of she departs for the evening?
I would just say I'll send an email again. If you could just reply to it timely, and we can make sure to get this cleared up before next meeting.
Couch Cam, are you clear about next steps? Jim will follow up with you on kind of next steps after the meeting. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, and again, thank you very much for waiting with us this evening so long. So we'll work to get this I think straightened out in advance of the next meeting. That will sort of move us along to item number 30, I believe, a public hearing, new license for the Renfro Refreshment LLC, doing business as the Madison Museum of Contemporary Art. Jim, do we have anyone registered to speak to this item?
Yes, Catherine O'Brien is registered in support. Not wishing to speak, but be able to answer your question. Steve Renfro had also registered in support, but he is not here.
All right. Catherine, I think you are could you explain sort of your relationship to the business, if any, and then talk about what the new license request is for?
Yes, thank you. I am a 25% partner in the LLC, and the business that we are in is a concessions business where we run and operate bars, mostly in Madison at the live music venues owned by FPC Live. And this new license would be for Momoka. They have asked us to come in and serve alcohol and non-alcoholic drinks at sort of in a pop-up fashion at any of their art openings or gallery night or other such events. they sort of anticipate having maybe between 12 and 20 events in a year.
Catherine, thanks so much for the explanation. Members of the committee, what questions do you have? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, and welcome, Catherine. Moreover, thank you for your patience all these many, many hours you've been hanging in there with us. When Steve called me, as part of the obligatory requirement when one files an application for alcohol in the city, he was out of the country, and so we actually didn't have a direct conversation because he said, it'll be hard to get a hold of him out of the country. The only issue I had to bring to Steve's attention, and I bring to yours, is the issue of the entertainment license. And I can't remember if you were in the ALRC meeting, earlier this year when your organization took all those, alcohol licenses for all the FPC live venues, and we had a conversation about entertainment licenses there versus theater licenses and so forth. Were you in that conversation?
I was not at that meeting, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, anyway, where we landed, as I recall, is that several of the establishments that you all now hold alcohol licenses for, theater licenses, so it's not an issue for entertainment licenses, but it is for High Noon Saloon, and it would be for MOCA. So I guess what I'm getting at is the notion of the entertainment license something that you have discussed with Steve or with MOCA?
Not that I'm aware of. I guess I wasn't aware that we needed an entertainment license for this venue. My guess is Steve didn't understand that either, or he probably would have applied for that simultaneously.
So I'm pretty sure that Food Fight had the entertainment license. There is, one theater space in MOCA, but I don't think that the whole premises would be eligible for a theater license for all the wedding receptions on the rooftop and so forth. So all I'm saying is please work with the MOCA and your colleagues someone needs to hold the entertainment license there if it's an alcohol licensed establishment.
Okay.
And it seems to me, and I don't mean to put Attorney Brist on the spot, but I believe that when we talked about this again a few months back, when your organization was on our agenda for all these FPC live venues, that kind of was where we fell, is that it is the alcohol license holder that would also hold the entertainment license.
Okay.
Is that your recollection? If you could withhold one moment, Catherine. Attorney Brist was nodding his head. Could you just confirm, Steve?
Yes, that's correct. The alcohol licensee holds the entertainment license.
Yeah, so obviously MOCA, I'm sure, has had one in the past, probably still has one in Fresco's name at Food Fight, and with the change in operations.
So Renfro should be applying for an entertainment license if they're going to have music.
Thank you. You read my mind. Thank you, Steve. So that's the only thing I wanted to raise, obviously. Otherwise, you all have tremendous experience. This isn't controversial. I see no other hands raised, Chair, so I would move to grant.
And I would second.
Move to grant and a second for Mr. Barashuk. Any discussion? Dr. Reese?
I'm going to have to abstain from this vote due to an extreme bias here. MOCA has committed some pretty egregious acts of racism very recently and has not come to account for those actions, which for me is very threatening to the health, well-being, and safety of anyone who enters that premises. So for that reason, I will abstain from the vote.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Any further discussion or comment? Seeing none, let's do, Jim, if we can, a quick roll call vote given the abstention.
Okay. Barshak?
Aye.
Barshak, aye. Reese?
Abstain.
Reese abstain. Farley?
Aye.
Farley, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Alder Miadzi?
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Chair, the vote is 5 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
Thanks very much. The license is approved. Catherine, any questions on next steps? Otherwise, have a good evening.
Thank you very much. I do have one quick question just to clarify. So do we need to apply for a brand new entertainment license, or is this something that we're trying to take over the one that Momoka already holds?
It would be applying for a brand new entertainment license.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then we can't.
Oh.
Sorry, Catherine, I muted you there.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry, I just had one more question. So can we not operate then until we have already secured the entertainment license as well?
You can, once you get your alcohol license issued, you can service alcohol. You cannot hold events that have a DJ, a live music, or designated dance floor, but you can otherwise do alcohol service.
Okay.
Could I please interject just with a point of information? Jim, could you explain the opportunity to come to your office for those temporary entertainment licenses?
Yeah, so you are allowed to apply for up to 6 temporary entertainment licenses. Those do not have to go before the ALRC. Those can be approved just by the police department. But you're only allowed up to 6 temporary entertainment permits. And then otherwise, there is the full entertainment license, which allows for unlimited entertainment events pending any conditions that would be placed on the license.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. I appreciate it.
Catherine, thanks so much for sticking with us this evening. Much appreciated. Item 31, a couple of discussion items. Discussion and decision on ALRC virtual or in-person meetings. I think this comes as a result of the sort of transition and move to the city council, and maybe Jim or others maybe want to shed light on sort of other committees as well that might be relevant to this discussion. So let me ask Jim to see if he has anything else, and then Mr. Barashik, I'll sort of turn it over to you, okay?
Yeah, this was brought back to the committee because we had discussed it 2 or 3 months ago. And the idea was that we would not bring it back up until council is meeting in person. Council is now meeting hybrid. They have both in-person and virtual meetings where some participate in person, some participate virtually. And then it was also asked if health had any recommendations specific to meetings. They did not. They just provided me a general guidance on in-person gatherings.
Thank you very much. So I think the conversation with the committee is sort of where do we want to go from here with respect to virtual or in person if folks have strong preferences. And I think Chair Donnelly was, from my read of his email, Jim, comfortable with either approach. So, Mr. Barashuk.
Thank you, Chair. Alder Revere knows I've been pestering him for a year now about asking for the ability to come and do these meetings in person for me. But I recognize some might not want to come in person. So I I advocate for a hybrid situation. Hybrid has worked for the Common Council. We know the technology exists. I think we should give committee members options. And so I'm strongly in favor of a hybrid meeting format. And I've been talking about this for a while. You can ask my alderman who's on this call. I'd be very happy if I get to come back in person. I won't have to worry about technical difficulties, not hearing people, and so on and so forth. And I'll stop my rant right there.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Barashek. Ms. Farley and then Dr. Reese.
I'm just curious from an IT perspective. I know a lot of times when I'm in hybrid meetings, it can be difficult to hear people that are in the room or things like that. I'm just curious if anyone can speak towards the experience of the hybrid meetings that we've seen with Common Council.
Jim, Alder Verveer, Alder Miadzi, any comments?
I apologize, Ms. Farley. You were breaking up and I didn't hear the entire question. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, I apologize.
Oh, it's not your fault. It's just exception.
Sorry, it's late. My question was just, I know sometimes when I'm in hybrid meetings, it can be difficult to hear everyone that's in the room. And I just wanted to know how things were going for the Common Council meetings.
Well, from that perspective, actually, things have gone quite well in terms of hybrid Common Council meetings. But the bigger issue, and I don't want to put our tech facilitator on the spot if they choose not to, give us the current official language. I guess we're blessed with 2 tech facilitators, but if either one of them wishes to weigh in and share with us the latest and greatest position of the wonderful media team at the city IT department, my understanding, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that boards, committees, and commissions do not have the availability to go hybrid for at least some time yet. So I think our option, I thought, was just totally virtual or totally in person, and the hybrid options would hopefully come later. Or am I incorrect on that? And if we're in room 201, you all are happy to have a hybrid meeting for
I believe it's open to the decision of the body, and 201 is currently our only room that can facilitate hybrid meetings.
So you think if with your permission, Chair, if we just voted tonight that we want to go to hybrid, we could have our October ALRC meeting in 201 and the media team would be able to facilitate that fully for us?
I don't feel comfortable making that guarantee or specifying that. That'd be something that you'd want to discuss with leadership. But I do know that other bodies like Finance Committee have taken votes on it. They've chosen not to go hybrid, but that is something that they had the option to do. So.
Yeah, that is true for our budget meetings and so forth. If we move to room 201 from 215 across the street, they said we could do hybrid. Thanks for that reminder. I didn't know if that's because Finance Committee is special and it's all alders and the mayor, or if we could go hybrid. Yep. So that's wonderful if that's an option. I'll just quickly say from my experience, and I see Dr. Reese has an idea here, but that 2 of the committees of the whatever dozen or so committees I serve on, 2 are now meeting in person, and the rest are still on Zoom in terms of the dozen or so city committees that I serve on. So it's still much more leaning toward virtual meetings still for city committees. So just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reese and then Mr. Verbeek.
Thanks. That's a lot of city committees, Alder Verveer. God bless you. I prefer hybrid. I basically agree with Mr. Barashek. I strongly prefer virtual though. So I think a great compromise is hybrid. I also think it makes it easier for the public to access because some people work better in person, other people can't get there in person, and so having the option to tune in virtually is great. So if we can keep hybrid, I would prefer that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verbeck.
If we do go hybrid and room 201 is the only one that can do it, we would not be able to do October's meeting in there because the county said we could have room 354, but not room 201. So if we do decide to go in person, we can do that in 354 for October, but we would not be able to do that for hybrid.
Miss Farley, then Attorney Zillaby. Okay, Attorney Zillaby.
Thank you. If these meetings were regularly from 5:30 to 7, I'd be all for in person, but since they are far from regularly 5:30 to 7, I'm definitely in favor of the hybrid.
Ms. Westrope.
My secondary choice would be hybrid. My first choice is to stay virtual. I think there's still a lot with city staff, technology, and rooms that, as a meeting that goes crazy times, keeping at a virtual meeting will make it easier for other committees to maybe come back that need to work in the same room together or in a hybrid. I think there's a big benefit to everyone who needs to testify to us to be able to do other things a lot easier than trying to decide if they need to come in or if they can do it virtually.
Thank you very much. So it's, I guess my summation of all of the discussion would be folks are comfortable with hybrid, recognizing the limitations of sort of if you don't have room 201, we are likely then, I think, virtual might be the preference fully. And next month it's not an issue, Jim, right? Because we wouldn't have room 201. So you're going to be probably the virtual would be the preference or the real option next month. I don't think we're out of line with what other committees are doing in the city by Alder Verveer's sort of account. So, maybe it's a case of looking maybe at the November meeting as sort of what I call piloting the hybrid approach and sort of seeing how it goes from there. Ms. Farley and then Alder Verveer.
Is there a motion does this need a motion?
I was trying to draw general consensus versus having a motion, I suppose, but we certainly could have one to formally wrap up the issue.
Okay. Well, I'd like to stay virtual, I think, for now and revisit in the future.
Alder Verveer. You're on mute, Alder Verveer.
Thank you. It's been a long day.
Yep.
Jim, a question for you, please. When is our November ALRC meeting? Because in my calendar, I have an Outlook meeting request from you for Wednesday, July 16th, and I have an Outlook meeting in here request for the Common Council budget deliberations, and obviously the ALRC can't meet when the Common Council is meeting.
Yeah, it should be the 23rd. I can fix that.
Okay, yeah. Could you send us a new one? Because this wasn't just my recurring old ALRC meeting that's in here. It's an invitation that you had sent us at the beginning of the year. So we're meeting on Thanksgiving Eve, the night before Thanksgiving Day, the 23rd. Is that what you just said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's the second year in a row we got that.
Okay. Well, given that it's the night before Thanksgiving and folks traveling, I definitely would not vote for us to be perhaps trying to start hybrid until maybe December. Then I realize my constituent will be very disappointed in me in saying that, but we can't do it in October, obviously. And I don't know, it just seems odd starting it. And probably more of us will be virtual than not, perhaps because of the holiday. Anyway, that's my thought. I only live about a half dozen blocks from the city county building, so I'm happy to meet in person, hybrid, virtual, whatever the rest of you decide. But hybrid obviously makes the most sense for the convenience of the community. Thank you.
I have a thought, but Ms. Westra.
I'm just curious as to what the budget cost is for hybrid versus in-person versus virtual. Because there's a fiscal cost to having someone in the office. There's a fiscal cost to all of these options. And I'm just wondering, I'm curious to what those are.
Does anyone want to address that now, or maybe come back to it at a
I think that's something we should come back to. I think that's a question we need to ask whoever the powers that be are, what the fiscal cost is to the 3 different meeting options.
Well, I would refer that to the media team, but I would just say that the county already went ahead and made the physical modifications to room 201 of the city county building to allow for hybrid meetings. So that was already done, and I presume the county paid the majority and we paid our share as per our building agreement, which we pay for things based on percentage of what we occupy in the building. But in terms of what the operating costs are for the IT media team, there have been 2 of them, 2 folks, wonderful tech facilitators with us at all of our virtual meetings. And in the old days before COVID-19 was in our vocabulary, there were 2 or 3, I want to say, media team members covering our meetings remotely and then coming in and setting up the room and taking the room down. I guess it depended what room we were in, but if we were in room 201, normally there was at least usually Joe directing and producing, and then I want to say at least 2 others, perhaps. Stefan, is that right?
Yeah, for in-person meetings, there's typically 1 full-time staff and then 2 part-time staff. We haven't quantified the cost difference among the 3 options yet. So that's something that, if Jim wants to reach out to Boyce to figure out, I'm sure that's something that we can do.
And I would assume there'd also be a clerk's office cost too.
I mean, you pretty much just cover the 30 minutes it takes me to clean up everything and get to my car, and that's pretty much it.
Anything else, Ms. Westra?
Oh, I was just going to say, I thought there always seemed like there was more clerks there because of registrations and things like that.
That's true. We do. And I know for council, they do have folks on registration too. Yeah. So, I mean, we usually have someone there for 30 minutes, an hour at the beginning of the meeting to get everything settled. So folks aren't walking up to the dais trying to get registration forms and stuff.
Okay. Alder Miadzi and then Ms. Farley.
Well, I've heard some great recommendations, but the only thing I would say is definitely because of November and December, because of the holidays, let's try to revisit this and, making a New Year's resolution or something like that, but definitely next year at least. But right now with especially how this meeting has lasted till 10:30, definitely let's try to revisit this next year. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I would just ask if we could give a few months in advance of making a decision, so that way, because usually when folks apply, we just had our deadline day in September, and they're going before the October meeting, and then so it's a little further down the road that some of these notifications kind of help our applicants know whether or not they're going to be virtual or in person or hybrid. So yeah, I would myself be in support of waiting until carrying out anything until 2023. But if we could make the decision either next month or the month after, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jim, if we revisited this topic in November, would it be timely for like January if we wanted to sort of start that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Any objection to using that approach? Seeing none, let's put it on the November sort of discussion to sort of finalize and from there. That takes us on to the subcommittee membership. Jim, is there anything spectacular there that you'd like to highlight for the group?
Not terribly. I know for the operator subcommittee, we looked at having 2 alternatives, and right now we only have 1. And since then, we've added folks. Folks have come back, and so just wanted to give the whole body a chance to see if anyone, whether they're new or not new, interest in being the alternative, or if anyone currently sits on either the operations subcommittee or the operator subcommittee, if they want to dip and someone replace them. So I kind of made this item very broad to kind of allow for any of those situations to happen.
Jim, is there a listing of the membership of these 2 groups that maybe could be sort of sent out? You know, it's just a refresher at this stage, I think, right? That might be good in terms of folks considering whether they want to step down or maybe want to step up, and we can loop back next month.
I can give it to you. I'm pretty sure the operations subcommittee is you, Donnelly, and Verbeer. And the operator subcommittee is Verveer, Carter, and Fletcher, and Dr. Reese is the one alternative of it. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my memory, that is the membership of the 2 subcommittees.
Alder Miadzi.
Sorry, I did it again.
No problem. Dr. Reese.
I would love to be an alternate on the operations subcommittee because there's a couple. Well, I guess I can still attend even if I'm not on it, but I would be willing to be an alternate for that one because I'm interested in a lot of those issues.
Ms. Foley?
I have like a lot of questions that I've been wanting to ask about subcommittees. So like when there's a subcommittee meeting, how do we know about it? And then also for the operator license subcommittee, what is the process for like things actually getting referred to that? Is that usually like if it's something that comes up on the meeting, we vote to have it referred to there? Because I think the purpose of that was for when things are like sensitive topics.
Sure. So the first question, I think typically what I've done is I usually doodle poll the voting members of that subcommittee and then have notified the full body when they meet. So if folks who aren't part of the voting membership of that subcommittee want to show up and give their 2 cents, they certainly can. And to answer the second question about the operator subcommittee, so when a operator is flagged for appearing before the ALRC, prior to the subcommittee for the operators, we just say, here are the meetings of the ALRC coming up, and you can let us know which one you want to appear before. And now with the operator subcommittee, we offer those dates as one where they can themselves say, oh, I'd like to do that one, I'd like to do this one. That's kind of what the creation of that was for, is for folks who may be working evenings and it's difficult for them to work, that it's kind of on the applicant to tell us which meeting that would be best for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. Any other kind of immediate questions or comments? And maybe Jim, do you want to share, if you recall, sort of how do we formalize the membership last time? The body took a vote, correct, of some sort, if I recall?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Yeah. It may be good, sort of, if we can, sort of next month to do that again, to reformalize the membership of those two committees. Are you amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay. Let's plan on that, and that way it's, yeah, folks have time to think about it as well, in terms of what they might be volunteering for or unvolunteering for, I guess, in, depending on your fancy. So let's go for the October meeting to formalize that. Summary of recent calls for service, Captain Zanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I see Colin has his hand up and I see Amy has their hand up. Should I wait for, it literally popped up when you called my name.
Well, Mr. Barashuk, is this related to the summary of recent calls for service?
I reviewed the recent calls for service and none of them, they were all calls for service, but I think the big question in the room is about that bar that had 137 underagers in it. And I was going to ask the police and the city attorney's office if there's any update for either this committee or for the community at large.
I would defer to Assistant City Attorney Zilligan.
Thank you, Captain. So I have not yet seen the police reports, so I can't comment on whether there will be any prosecution. But I can assure you there will be a deep dive into the situation, what occurred, how it occurred, why it occurred, and an examination of the evidence. So at this point, it's not appropriate to talk about it with the committee because it may very well be coming back before you for a disciplinary action.
I fully understand that. I appreciate, all the efforts that are going into the investigation. And all I have to say is if, the police investigation does not result in prosecution, or for whatever else reason, it might not ever get talked about again, that is contrary to the community's interests. So so at some point the community needs to know whether the investigation yielded nothing, yielded something, yielded prosecution, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all I have to say. And I appreciate your service and thank
you. Ms. Westra, did you have something for Captain Zanders, or same question, really?
Same question.
Captain Zanders, anything else you'd like to highlight?
Well, that was the elephant in the room that was addressed by the good city attorney, and I really want to kind of proceed forward. And what I will just say is that calls for service have been consistent. There has not been anything truly outstanding. Right now, I think we're knocking on wood in regards to the Central Police District and kind of where we're at and where we were last year during this time. So if some of you recall, I know Arthur Vivier would recall because he received many of these early morning phone calls that we experienced shots fired incidents in the entertainment zone. I am reluctant, but I will say that we have not had any shots fired in the entertainment zone thus far this year, and that is contributed to the great work that is being done by the Central Community Police Team as well as patrol services. Outside of that, there was a couple of disturbances / minor incidents that occurred at Red Rock and Whiskey Jack's. Kind of the citywide trend that I did observe was some burglaries to some of the gas stations throughout the city. We were able to contribute that to a small group of juveniles, and they have been held accountable for their actions. And the kind of last incident that I would touch on was that back on September 19th, there was a 4th degree sexual assault incident that occurred at the Arcade Bar, in which a patron met an individual that became extremely handsy and that's a quote, handsy, in which officers were called and that individual was taken into custody. That's all I have from our end. Are there any questions?
Dr. Reese?
Yeah, just a question about the elephant. Why isn't the bar being named anywhere? And I noticed the incident report online just says the 600 block.
Oh, it was named.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah, it was in the paper. I mean, the police weren't naming it, but then an anonymous source named it. It was City Bar.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Barashuk?
Sorry, I don't want to prolong this meeting, but so city attorney's office is saying it's City Bar, so that's the fact.
That is a fact. It was in the paper.
Just because it's in the paper doesn't mean it's a fact, but because you said it, now I don't have to, well, I'll leave it there.
Okay, any other questions for comments for Captain Sanders? Seeing none, Captain, thank you so much. Jim, summary of licenses issued.
I really don't have anything other than, and I didn't really mention this when we did the consent agenda, but the reason the Lush Lounge request to extend the deadline was placed on files because they got their license issued today. So they're on the top of that list. And they had submitted the extension just in case because they knew it was coming up close. They would probably get it issued. And so they did that. And so, yeah, so they are all set. And other than that, no, nothing really else to add.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I do actually have something else to add. So you may or may not know this, but the city is absorbing some of the town of Madison. And they have, I'll look this up. They have, I think, like 9 or 10 alcohol licenses, and I think we are getting 5 of them. It's either 5 or 4. I forget what it is, but it's almost an even split. Most of them are Class Bs. It includes the Alliant Energy Center as one of them. And then there's a couple other ones. I don't think it's the Capital Petroleum, but I can look it up real quick. But I understand that it's getting late. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay, so we're getting 5, 5 of the 9. It should be the Mediterranean Hookah Lounge, the Clarion Suites on Rimrock Road, the Madison Pantry on Fordham Avenue, the Alliant Energy Center, and the Skylight Food Mart. And the Skylight Food Mart is the one. I'm sorry, the Skylight Food Mart is in Class A as well as the Madison Pantry. So 2 Class A's and then 3 Class B combos we're getting.
And will that be just folded into our regular sort of processes now, Jim?
So their license, they'll continue on with their license that they currently have. They'll renew with us next year, and then they'll just be treated like everyone else. As far as the operators go, the town of Madison does 1-year licenses, whereas the city of Madison does 2-year licenses. So the town of Madison operators are going to come in on our final of our 2-year license, and we're going to have them. They're able to carry the license over for the rest of the licensing year, but we're asking them to reapply with us so we can run our own background checks since we don't know of the comparison versus our background checks versus the town. So they'll be renewing their license and we're running their background checks on that.
Thank you, Ms. Westrow.
Jim, 2 questions. Are we getting any more allocations of grandfathered or liquor licenses because of the town of Madison's addition?
Those three licenses that come in are regular licenses, so we'll get 3 more in addition to what we already have.
Okay. And then off of that, just if we could get, if there is any of the outstanding businesses who did not get their license renewal done, if we could get a report of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for Jim? Seeing none, that brings us to the end of the agenda. Motion to adjourn would be in order.
Motion to adjourn.
Ms. Farley, seconded by Alder Biadzi. I'd be surprised, objection to adjourning? Seeing none, we stand adjourned at 10:45 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it this evening. Have a good rest of your week.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks, y'all. Good night.